They say, love your neighbor. But no one warned you, don't let them into your bed. 10 stories, 10 countries, 10 betrayals that didn't come from strangers. They came from across the fence, through the walls, and sometimes, from the smile you saw every morning. From Japan to Brazil, from candlelit yoga sessions to balconies dripping in lies. These are real stories of affairs with the people closest to home, where betrayal didn't have to travel far. It only needed a locked door, and a perfectly timed absence. You thought you knew what betrayal looked like. Don't blink, not until you've heard story number 10. If I had known that the person I entrusted my heart to would someday use my back as target practice, I would never have let her cross my doorstep. Our house sat quietly in a peaceful suburb just outside of Raleigh, North Carolina. One-story homes lined the curved street like pearls on a string. Kids rode bikes in the late afternoon sun. Neighbors waved from porches with beers in hand. The smell of freshly cut grass lingered in the air, only occasionally overpowered by the sweet aroma of someone grilling steaks a few houses down. It was the kind of neighborhood where secrets felt impossible. And yet, one was growing inside the walls of my own home like mold beneath paint. My name is Lana. I'm 38, married for 12 years to a man named Brad. We have one son, Mason, who's 7. I work from home as a part-time graphic designer. Brad, a structural engineer, often left early and came home late. Our routine was solid, predictable, comforting. I used to find joy in that predictability. I used to think we had it good, normal, safe. And then there was her, Carly. Carly moved in next door 3 years ago after a messy divorce. She was magnetic from the start, tall, lean, with a head of loose chestnut curls and a laugh that made even the grumpiest neighbor smile. But what drew me in wasn't her looks. It was her brokenness. There was something raw about her, something aching beneath her cheerfulness. And I saw myself in that. She became my friend, then my best friend, and eventually, something more intimate than that. Not in the romantic sense, but in the dangerous way two women sometimes fill in the spaces their men leave behind. She'd watch Mason when I had meetings. I'd pick up her groceries when she was sick. We drank wine together on Saturday nights while Brad watched sports. We talked about everything, her ex-husband, my fears about aging, sex, politics, motherhood, the dream of running away from it all. She became, quite simply, my sister, the kind I never had. I trusted her with the spare key to my house. She had my garage code. She knew what days Brad worked late, when Mason had soccer, when I was most vulnerable. And maybe that's when I stopped seeing. Looking back now, I can see the moments where the curtain slipped. The times Brad smiled too long at one of her jokes. The way Carly would compliment his cologne more than once. The slight tension in the air when the three of us were in a room. The way their eyes met sometimes with a kind of silent language I couldn't quite translate. But at the time, I chalked it all up to my own insecurities. I'd just turned 38. My body wasn't what it used to be. Brad and I had stopped having regular sex. I was tired, overwhelmed, grateful for any adult interaction that didn't involve school drop-off lines or PTA meetings. I needed Carly, and I needed to believe that what we had, this soft, cozy little world we created between our families, was safe. The truth is, I loved her, deeply, not romantically, but in a way that's hard to explain. She filled a space in me that had been empty for years. Maybe longer, and that love, that blind, aching, open-hearted love, is what made the betrayal possible. No one can hurt you like someone you've made part of your inner world. I remember one night in particular. It was late September, the air was cooling, and the trees had just started to blush with fall. We'd had a backyard cookout. Carly brought her famous potato salad. Brad grilled ribs. Mason ran around with the other neighborhood kids. The sun set in that golden way it does when summer dies gently into autumn. We were laughing, God. We were always laughing, when Carly reached over to wipe barbecue sauce off Brad's chin. It was innocent, playful, everyone laughed, even me, but for a fraction of a second. Just a blink. Brad looked at her like I hadn't seen him look at me in years. Not with lust, with something quieter, familiarity, comfort, intimacy, like she wasn't just a neighbor, not even a friend, like she was already his. And still, I didn't see. The mind is a funny thing. It edits what it can't handle. It blurs the edges of danger when safety is all you've ever known. I didn't see her slowly infiltrating my marriage. Because to admit that meant acknowledging that the two people I loved most were capable of colluding against me. Carly started dropping by more often when Brad was home. She'd bring over leftover banana bread or ask if I had cream for her coffee. Harmless things, but always when Brad was in the kitchen. Always lingering just a little too long. Sometimes, when I left the room, I'd hear them laughing, not loud, just quiet, intimate, the kind of laugh that curls into the cracks of your soul when you're not looking. I'd turn the corner and they'd stop, smile at me like nothing had happened. Brad would kiss me on the cheek. Carly would compliment my dress. And I'd believe them, because I wanted to, because the alternative meant that everything I thought I had, everything I'd built, was a lie. There were moments when the doubt crawled up my spine like ice. One night, Brad came home late, said he'd gone for drinks with a client. I noticed a smudge of lipstick on his collar. I joked about it. He said it must have been from a cheek kiss. His client was a woman. Apparently, I laughed it off. Carly laughed even louder when I told her. And then she changed the subject. I didn't question it. I should have. But when you've built your life like a house of cards, even the slightest breeze of suspicion can bring the whole thing down. So I smiled. I drank wine. I baked banana bread. I planned fall festivals and decorated pumpkins and kept pretending. I see now that love makes you blind, but trust makes you complicit in your own deception. And I trusted Carly. I trusted her with my child, my home, my secrets. I trusted her enough to let her walk through my front door without knocking. To pour herself a cup of coffee. To sit beside my husband on the couch while I changed Mason's sheets upstairs. I thought I was building a sisterhood. I didn't know I was building an alibi. Everything seemed fine, normal, until the day it wasn't. But that day, that comes later. For now, in this first chapter of The Unraveling, all you need to know is that I loved deeply, I trusted blindly, and I ignored the shadows dancing just beyond the light. Because when you believe you're safe, you don't look for the exit. You open the door, offer coffee, and let the wolf sit at your table. I used to think I was just being paranoid, until the day I saw her step out of his car. Her lipstick smudged and her eyes avoiding mine. The evening had started normally enough. Brad had texted to say he was working late again, that a project at the firm needed finalizing. Carly had dropped by around 6 to bring over leftover chili. She stayed to chat, played with Mason for a bit, and said she had to run a quick errand. I offered to watch her dog while she was out. A couple of hours later, I stepped outside to take out the trash. That's when I saw it, Brad's car pulling up at the end of the street. I recognized the silhouette in the passenger seat immediately, Carly. They sat there for a moment. Neither of them moved. Then the dome light came on, and I saw her lean over, her face disappearing toward him. A kiss, a whisper, I couldn't tell, but when she stepped out of the car, her lipstick was smudged across her cheek. And she didn't look back. She didn't even notice me. Or maybe she did, and chose not to react. I stood frozen behind the recycling bin, my fingers stiff in the cold air. My thoughts spun like a washing machine on the final cycle. Why was she in his car? Why didn't she mention she'd seen him? Why did she look guilty? I didn't confront her. I didn't confront him. Instead, I walked back inside, poured myself a glass of wine, and told myself there had to be an explanation. But the seed had been planted, and it didn't stop growing. Brad began coming home later. His excuses flimsier each time. Traffic was a nightmare. Last-minute meeting. Lost track of time. Each phrase landed in my gut like pebbles, adding weight to a drowning woman. Meanwhile, Carly became omnipresent. She'd pop by unannounced, let herself in if I didn't answer the door. She acted as though nothing had changed, cheerful, chatty, the same comforting friend. But I wasn't the same. I started noticing things, subtle changes. A coffee mug left on the kitchen counter that I hadn't used, but Carly had. The faint scent of her perfume on Brad's hoodie. An inside joke between them I'd never heard before. I brushed it off, again, and again, because facing the truth meant accepting that my marriage, and my closest friendship, were built on a lie. One morning, Brad left his work tablet on the kitchen table. He never did that. Something about the way it sat there, screen dark, pulled at my chest. I told myself not to look. I told myself I was better than that. I opened it anyway. There weren't messages, no smoking gun, but there were browser tabs, Airbnb listings in Asheville, 2 guests, romantic cabins, all bookmarked, none mentioned to me. When I asked him about taking a fall trip together, he said work was too busy. I didn't cry, not yet. Instead, I sat in the bathtub later that night and stared at the tiles. I watched the condensation trail down the walls like veins. I tried to breathe through the nausea of not knowing. And then came the moment I couldn't pretend anymore. It was a Tuesday, rainy, cold, the kind of day that turns everything gray. I forgot to pack Mason's lunch, so I drove back to the school around noon. Brad had said he was working from home that day, headache. He claimed. As I drove back toward our street, I saw Carly's SUV parked discreetly 2 blocks down. Something snapped. I turned the corner and drove past my own house slowly. Brad's car was there. The blinds in the living room were closed. A light flickered behind them. Carly hadn't mentioned coming over. I parked. I waited for 10 minutes, then 20, then 45. When she finally stepped out, her hair was damp, not from rain, but from a shower. Her clothes were different from that morning. She walked with the casual ease of someone who had nothing to hide, or who no longer cared if she did. And that was when I knew. My hands shook on the steering wheel as I watched her cross the yard and head back to her SUV. She didn't glance around, didn't even check if anyone had seen. Because what do you have to fear when the wife is too blind to fight back? I drove away that day with the kind of scream building in my throat that never gets released. It festers. It poisons. I told myself maybe I misunderstood. Maybe she was just bringing soup. Maybe they had paperwork to discuss. Though what paperwork? I couldn't say. I didn't confront anyone. I just stopped sleeping. Stopped eating. I stayed up late, scrolling through old photos of us all smiling in the backyard. I replayed moments. Her hand brushing his shoulder. His eyes tracking her across the room. I was unraveling. Quietly, slowly, the way a life ends, not with an explosion, but with threads loosening until the fabric comes undone in your hands. Still, I told no one, not my mother, not my sister. I wore my mask and showed up. For Mason, for the neighbors, for the illusion, but inside, something had cracked, and it would never quite heal again. Because once you see lipstick on someone else's mouth, in your husband's car, you can't unsee it. You can only wait for the next truth to bleed through the seams. I wish I had never opened his phone, because the moment I did, I stopped being the woman I used to be. It was a Saturday morning. Crisp, bright, the kind of day when the world looks too clean to contain betrayal. Brad was in the shower. His phone buzzed once, then again, on the nightstand. I never checked his phone, not even when I had doubts. Not even after the night I saw Carly with lipstick on her cheek. I believed that respecting his privacy was the last thread I had left to claim dignity. But that morning, something shifted. I reached for the phone with hands colder than the room around me. I didn't even know what I was looking for. Maybe I wanted to be wrong. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that my paranoia was eating me alive for no reason. But I wasn't wrong. The moment I unlocked it, he hadn't changed the passcode. I saw the heart emojis in the notifications. One from a contact saved under the letter C, no full name. Just C, with a cherry blossom icon next to it. A detail so juvenile, so deliberately coded, it made my stomach flip. I opened the messages. My breath left my body. Photos of them in a hotel room. Not posed, intimate, stolen, real, her body half covered by sheets I recognized. Sheets I'd folded last spring. The same pattern we used when Brad and I had gone to that Asheville inn for our 10th anniversary. The bedposts were identical. Messages: I miss your skin. You still smell like me. Can't stop thinking about last night. And the worst, audio clips. I pressed play. Her voice, hushed and giggling. Stop it, Bear. Someone might hear. His voice, deeper, slower. Let them. You're mine now. Peach. Bear and Peach. I dropped the phone like it burned. My knees gave out. I sat on the carpet and stared at the wall. I don't remember how long I stayed like that. Time dissolved. Noise disappeared. My heart, my brain, my breath, they all stopped working in unison. Because it wasn't just infidelity. It was intimacy, nicknames, rituals, a parallel relationship so rooted and alive that it made mine look like a placeholder. They had a language, a world. I was the ghost in my own home. He walked out of the bathroom 20 minutes later, a towel slung around his waist, humming a song. When he saw me sitting on the floor, eyes blank, he paused. Lana, you okay? I looked up. I wanted to scream, throw things, ask him why, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't obey. I was paralyzed by the scope of it all, the way it went beyond betrayal into a deeper, darker wound. I wasn't just cheated on. I was replaced. That day, I didn't say a word. I couldn't. I waited until he left to meet a client. Then I took the phone again. This time more methodically. I went through everything. There were emails to a private account, flight confirmations, Uber rides to hotels, shared playlists on Spotify, a grocery list she'd sent him, with, your favorite wine, baby, next to a bottle we used to share. Every single detail was another knife. And I took each one in silence. Because by then, I had no tears left. I was no longer sad. I was hollow. Something inside me had cracked open and spilled out, leaving nothing behind but ash. What hurt most wasn't the sex. It wasn't even the lies. It was the effort. He remembered her favorite songs. He booked cozy hideaways. He planned dinners. He gave her pieces of himself I thought he no longer had to give. I used to think he was just tired. That work had drained him. That marriage had settled into comfort. But he wasn't tired. He was just giving the best of himself to someone else. I sat at the dining table with a yellow legal pad and started writing things down. Not for evidence. Not for revenge. For clarity. Dates, messages, locations. Times Carly had been too busy to hang out. Times Brad had been working late. The overlap was staggering. They weren't even careful, because why would they be? I was their cover story. I was the decoy. That night, I poured myself a glass of whiskey, not wine, not anymore, and listened to every single audio clip they'd exchanged. I wanted to hear the tone in his voice when he said her name. I wanted to understand what version of him existed when I wasn't around. He was lighter, softer, a man I hadn't seen in years, maybe one I never really knew. And Carly, her voice was higher, sweeter, almost childlike. She spoke to him in a way she never spoke to me. There was no trace of the woman who drank hard cider with me on Friday nights or helped me fold laundry. She'd become someone else with him. Or maybe, I was never the one who got the real Carly. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the dark, replaying everything in my mind, again and again, until the sun came up. When Mason came into the kitchen that morning, I smiled. I poured his cereal. I packed his lunch. I kissed his forehead and sent him off like nothing had changed. Because for him, nothing had. But for me, everything had. I now lived in a world where the people I trusted most had built a life without me inside it, and done so while sleeping in my sheets, drinking from my mugs, and laughing in my living room. And the worst part, I still hadn't told them I knew. Because I wasn't ready. Not to fight, not to cry, but to become something else. Not the betrayed wife, not the broken friend, but the woman who would not go quietly. And from that day forward, I began watching them the way they had watched me. I no longer needed to doubt. Because the truth was in my hands. And it was sharper than any knife they could ever twist in my back. I didn't cry when I signed the divorce papers. The tears had all been spent the day she held his hand in front of me. It was a Tuesday, always a Tuesday, it seemed, rainy again, like the weather had become a narrator in my life, casting shadows over every pivotal moment. We met at the attorney's office downtown. Neutral walls, neutral faces, 2 signatures, 1 goodbye. Brad didn't say much. He looked tired, but not broken. I wondered, briefly, if he had cried at all. If he had laid awake the way I had, staring at ceilings and timelines and all the what-ifs that now meant nothing. He held the pen like a man closing a lease. Efficient, final. I held it like I was burying a version of myself. But no, I didn't cry, because what do you cry for when everything's already gone? It had been a month since I found the messages. 2 weeks since I told him I knew. That confrontation was quieter than I'd imagined it would be. I had pictured screaming, accusations, a table flipped over in rage. But instead, when I looked him in the eye and said, "I know about you and Carly," he simply nodded, not even surprise, just confirmation. He didn't deny it, didn't apologize. He said, "I didn't mean for it to happen." I remember laughing, bitter and sharp. "You didn't mean for it to last this long. You mean?" He didn't answer, so I walked upstairs, packed 2 suitcases for Mason and me, and went to stay at my sister's place on the other side of town. I didn't explain anything to Mason, just that we needed a break. I told him his daddy loved him, and so did I, and sometimes grown-ups don't love each other the same way anymore. He didn't understand, but he nodded, because he's 7, and 7-year-olds still believe you when you smile through heartbreak. Back at the attorney's office, I signed the final page and pushed the file across the table. Brad glanced at me, opened his mouth to say something, and then closed it again. He left first. I waited 5 minutes before stepping out. That was when I saw them, standing by his car, in the drizzle, Carly, wearing the raincoat I once complimented her on. She held his hand, held it, not snuck, not avoided, not hidden, held it openly, in the street, outside the building where his marriage had just been dissolved. I stood on the steps and stared at them. She saw me, her eyes widened just for a second. Then she smiled, a faint, almost pitying curve of her lips. She didn't let go of his hand. I wasn't angry, I wasn't even shocked. I was done. The pain didn't come in waves anymore. It sat in my bones like lead. Heavy, unmoving. My breath wasn't shallow with panic. It was slow with fatigue. This wasn't heartbreak, this was aftermath. 2 weeks later, a neighbor texted me, "Did you know Carly's moving in with Brad? Saw the U-Haul this morning." Of course she was. There was no need to hide anymore. No more closed blinds. No more coded texts. They had graduated from secrecy into something louder, normalcy. I drove by the house. Our house. The lawn was freshly mowed. Mason's swing still hung from the tree. Her car was parked in the driveway. She'd brought over flower pots, lavender and rosemary, the kind she used to tell me she wished she had space for. I didn't stop. I didn't honk. I just watched for a moment. Observed this new life forming like a scab over mine. Inside the car, Mason asked, "Are we going back home yet?" "No," I said gently, "not that home. But Daddy's there." I swallowed. "Yes, he is. And Miss Carly?" "Yes." He was quiet for a while. "Will I live there again too?" I looked at his face in the rearview mirror. He wasn't asking to go back. He was just trying to make sense of the rules. "No, baby," I said, "you'll visit, but our home is somewhere new now." And that was true. We moved into a small apartment near the school. 1 bedroom for him, 1 for me, new walls, new routines, no shared mugs or drawers that smelled like betrayal. At night, after he fell asleep, I'd lie in bed staring at the ceiling, not crying, not grieving, just empty, because anger fades, sadness fades, but the emptiness, what they leave behind when they take the truth and gut your world with it, that stays longer. Friends asked how I was. I said I was fine. They asked what happened. I told them. They fell in love. It was the easiest answer. Cleaner than the truth. No one wants to hear about audio messages or hotel receipts. No one wants to know about cherry blossom emojis or grocery lists from mistresses. So I let them believe it was mutual drift, growing apart, irreconcilable differences. But I knew better. I knew that Carly had smiled in my kitchen while planning nights in his hotel room. I knew that Brad had kissed our son goodnight and then gone to bed with someone who used to borrow my clothes. And I knew that no matter how many new walls I built, there would always be a crack where the old house used to be. But I also knew one more thing. I survived. I didn't scream. I didn't beg. I didn't burn the house down or trash her flower pots. I walked away. With grace. With silence. With scars. But also with my soul. Because while they had each other's bodies, I had something they would never find in each other. Peace. And eventually, that would be enough. Sometimes the enemy doesn't come through the front door. They wear the mask of a friend and have had the key all along. The apartment was small but bright. The sunlight hit the kitchen counter just right in the mornings. And Mason's laughter echoed off the walls like it belonged there. We had a new routine now. Breakfast just the two of us. School drop-offs. Weekend walks to the park. It wasn't the life I imagined. But it was ours. And in its own quiet way. It was beautiful. Starting over wasn't the hard part. Trusting again, that was. For weeks after the divorce, I couldn't look anyone in the eye without wondering what version of themselves they were hiding. I avoided dinner invitations, skipped PTA meetings, and politely declined coffee with neighbors who once felt like family. I wasn't bitter, I was rebuilding, brick by brick. Trust had become a currency I no longer gave freely. Late at night, once Mason had gone to bed, I started writing. Not journals, not poetry, just truth. I wrote down everything I had gone through. The lies, the silence, the moment I saw Carly step out of Brad's car with smudged lipstick. The text messages, the audio clips, the look on her face when I saw them holding hands. It wasn't revenge, it was release. I posted one of my entries online, anonymously. It was raw, unedited, and full of the pain I hadn't yet said aloud. It went viral. Within hours, women from all over were commenting, sharing, messaging me privately. That was me last year. My best friend slept with my husband. 2. Thank you for putting this into words. Each message was a salve and a knife. Relief that I wasn't alone. Grief that so many others had walked this same path. I started a blog, still anonymous. I called it Keys Left Under the Mat. I wrote about betrayal, resilience, motherhood. I wrote about the way friendship can become a weapon when wielded by the wrong hands. I wrote about how women like Carly, charming, empathetic, helpful, are often the ones we trust most, and how that's exactly what they count on. One night, a message came through. You're helping me leave. I didn't think I had the strength until I read your story. I stared at the screen for a long time. Pain, when shared honestly, becomes power. My story wasn't unique, but my voice in telling it, that was mine again. Slowly, I started showing up in the world again. Not just physically, but emotionally. I reconnected with a college friend who'd once helped me through a rough patch. She didn't ask questions, just listened, and when I told her everything, from start to finish, she didn't flinch. She brought over Thai food and said, "You're stronger than both of them combined." That was the first night I truly slept. Mason adjusted faster than I expected. Kids are resilient. He missed his dad, of course. And when he visited, I made sure to pack his favorite snacks and never spoke poorly about Brad in front of him. My son didn't need both parents to be perfect. He just needed them to be honest. And I was, with him, with myself. Finally, one Saturday, while organizing old boxes, I found a photo of Carly and me at a neighborhood barbecue. Our arms around each other, our faces glowing with wine and laughter. I stared at it for a long time. She had once meant something real to me, and maybe, in her own twisted way, she believed she loved me, too. Maybe she never set out to hurt me, but intentions mean little when the wound is this deep. I didn't rip the photo. I didn't burn it. I placed it back in the box. Because the past doesn't need to be erased. It just needs to be placed where it belongs, behind us. Months passed. I began working full-time again. I painted our new living room a soft green. I joined a book club. I even flirted with someone at the farmer's market, a single dad with kind eyes and a crooked smile. I wasn't ready, but I wasn't closed, either. That's the thing no one tells you about heartbreak. It doesn't seal you off. It splits you open, and if you're lucky, light gets in. The blog gained traction, more stories poured in. I changed the settings, made it public. I added my name. Owning my truth out loud was the final step in reclaiming it. And one day, an editor from a women's publication reached out. She asked if I'd consider turning the blog into a column. "We need more stories like this," she wrote, "real ones." I said yes, not for revenge, not for fame, but because somewhere out there, another woman was sitting on her bathroom floor, staring at lipstick on her husband's collar, wondering if she was crazy. And she deserved to know she wasn't. She deserved to know that sometimes the betrayal doesn't come from across the street, it comes from the person who helped you build your life. And she deserved to know she could still build something new. I no longer think of Carly every day. Sometimes weeks go by without her name passing through my mind. But when it does, it no longer aches. It just is. A scar, not a wound. A lesson, not a loss. And if I ever do speak to her again, it won't be to ask why. It will be to say, thank you, because without her betrayal, I would have stayed asleep. I would have continued living in a house built on borrowed trust. Now, I live wide awake, not guarded, but aware. And that awareness is its own kind of peace. Because healing doesn't mean forgetting. It means remembering who you were, and choosing who you'll become next. I only asked her to water the plants and close the windows. I never expected she'd walk into the bedroom, in broad daylight, and not walk in alone. The house sat high on the cliffs above the ocean, glass walls catching every shimmer of the Australian sun. Waves rolled beneath our balcony like clockwork. It was the kind of place people dreamed of. Peaceful, prestigious. Ours. Inside, everything was in order. Cream linens, open spaces, carefully placed eucalyptus branches, and silence interrupted only by the rhythmic pulse of tide against rock. My name is Chloe. I'm 42, a marketing executive for an international luxury brand. I travel often: Singapore, London, Tokyo. My husband, Daniel, a freelance architect, works mostly from home. We designed our beach house together. Every corner had our imprint, his sketches on the office wall, my books in the reading nook, our laughter echoing in the master bath on Sunday mornings. We had no children, but we had routines, tight, polished, and deliberate. And then there was her, Helena. She lived 3 houses down, early 50s, no children, recently widowed. Helena was the kind of woman who baked too much banana bread and always offered to help. She walked her terrier along the beach at dawn and kept her hedges obsessively trimmed. I'd trusted her from the start, maybe because she seemed so safe, so maternal. When I traveled, she checked on the house, picked up parcels, watered my plants, let herself in with the key I left under the third pot to the left. Sometimes she dropped off fresh fruit or soup for Daniel, especially if I mentioned he was under the weather. I appreciated her kindness. I called her thoughtful, attentive. I should have said opportunistic. The first sign was almost nothing. A FaceTime call from Bangkok. Daniel stood in the kitchen, shirtless, sleepy-eyed. We chatted about the dog, the lawn, the new art piece we were thinking of buying. But in the background, there was a soft creak, like a step on hardwood. I paused. "Is someone there?" I asked. He turned briefly. "Just Helena. She dropped off those passion fruits you love. Didn't want to wake you by messaging." Harmless, sweet, efficient. Still, I couldn't shake the timing. She'd been there almost every morning that week. Another time, from a hotel in Milan, I checked the home security app. The camera in the hallway had gone offline. Signal interference, the app said. When it came back online 3 hours later, nothing looked out of place. But I noticed the angle was slightly off, tilted. like someone had bumped or deliberately shifted it. I mentioned it to Daniel. He shrugged. Maybe the cleaner hit it with the mop. Logical, but the cleaner hadn't come that day. I brushed it off. Because in marriage, you learn which questions create tension and which ones are best left as rhetorical echoes. Then there was the perfume. I came home early once. A cancelled conference in Tokyo cutting my trip short. I arrived just past noon. Daniel wasn't expecting me. Helena certainly wasn't. No one was home when I entered. But the bedroom air was thick with something unfamiliar. Not my fragrance. Not his cologne. Something floral. Too sweet. Too heavy. Clinging to the sheets. Embedded in the pillows. I stood there a long time, breathing in betrayal without yet calling it that. Daniel arrived 10 minutes later with coffee in hand. Surprised. Kissed me on the cheek. "You're back. Last-minute change." I smiled. "Who was here?" He blinked. "No one." "Why?" "Just smells new." He sniffed the air. "Maybe it's the diffuser. I replaced the oils last week." That's how lies work, I suppose. They wrap themselves in detail. They borrow facts to clothe fictions. I didn't press further. Instead, I unpacked, made tea, sat on the balcony as waves hissed below me, and watched my home like it was no longer mine. Over the following weeks, I noticed other things. Helena brought over lasagna, Daniel's favorite, on nights she never used to stop by. She'd text me while I was overseas to say, "House looks great. Your husband is in good spirits. Too cheerful, too aware." Once, when I returned, I found a folded towel on the guest bed that wasn't ours. A pale blue linen I'd never bought. Daniel claimed he used it after swimming. I nodded, logged it, let it sit. Because here's the thing about trust. When it's deep, we explain away the cracks. We paint over the damage. We recite the good things louder than the questions whispering in the corners. I still wanted to believe my life was whole, that I was just being paranoid, that the woman I trusted with my home wouldn't dare touch what was mine. But doubt doesn't go away. It festers. It hides behind busy schedules and airplane meals. And late at night, it sits with you in hotel rooms thousands of miles from your own bed. Still, I wasn't ready to accuse. Not without certainty. Not without something I couldn't explain away. Not yet. So I kept traveling, kept handing her the key, kept pretending that nothing had changed. Until something finally did, and everything I thought was safe, shattered like glass on a stormy balcony. But that's for the next chapter. For now, all you need to know is this. I was a woman who trusted. Who loved her home, her husband, and her life. And I had just begun to sense the cracks beneath the surface. I didn't know yet that the woman I'd called my neighbor was about to become the reason I'd never look at love, or trust, the same way again. When the camera motion alert came through, I thought it was a bird on the deck. I didn't expect it to be the moment that would split my world in two. I was in Singapore, preparing for a product launch. The hotel was sleek and sterile. The kind of place where everything smelled like polished marble and expensive air conditioning. I'd just finished a call with the creative team when my phone buzzed, motion detected, bedroom hallway. It had happened before, usually triggered by the cleaner or even shifting light, but this one came during an hour when no one should have been home. Daniel had told me he was heading to the co-working space by the harbor. Helena, as far as I knew, wasn't scheduled to come by. Curious, I opened the app. The footage was short, 25 seconds, enough to confirm that the front door opened with a key, not a knock, enough to see Helena, not carrying watering cans or packages, but her handbag and a bottle of wine. She didn't pause in the living room. She walked directly down the hallway, toward the bedroom. Then the camera cut. It was like being slapped through a screen. I blinked, reloaded the feed. The hallway camera had been shifted again, pointing slightly upward, capturing only the upper frame of the door before going dark. Signal lost. It didn't come back for another 2 hours. I stared at my phone like it had betrayed me. My chest tightened in a way that made breathing feel unnatural. Still, I clung to the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Daniel had forgotten to mention she'd stopped by. Maybe she was dropping off something personal. Maybe I was being dramatic. But then it happened again. 3 days later, same alert, same time frame, same entry, Helena, entering casually, walking like she owned the place. This time, she wore workout clothes. She carried nothing. She still headed straight for the bedroom. I called Daniel. No answer. I texted him. Hey. Is everything okay at home? Just got a security alert. 5 minutes. 10. 15. Finally. Hey love. All good. Must be Helena checking in. I'm not there. At the cafe working. But the camera said otherwise. Daniel's shoes were at the door. His laptop was still on the living room table. I recognized the mug. Our mug. I didn't respond. Instead, I messaged Helena. Thanks for checking in on the house. Anything urgent today? Her reply was breezy. Oh. Just watering the ferns and airing the place out. I know how much you hate stale air. 2 lies in one sentence. The ferns were artificial, and I had a central ventilation system. I sat on the edge of my hotel bed, staring into space, the soft hum of the city outside my window suddenly louder than my own thoughts. Was this it? Was this how truth arrived? Not as a revelation, but as a slow drip of inconsistencies and gut feelings that finally formed a flood. I started checking the camera logs regularly. Each day brought new alerts. Each alert told the same story. Helena entering alone during mid-afternoon. Staying anywhere between 15 minutes to almost an hour. Sometimes she left wearing different shoes. Once, her blouse was buttoned incorrectly, off by 1. Daniel never mentioned her visits. And when I returned home for a brief weekend stay, the house felt lived in, but not by me. The sheets had been changed, but the linen set was one I hadn't used in months. There was a faint coffee stain on the nightstand. The bathroom cabinet had been rearranged. My hairbrush was wet. I didn't say a word. Instead, I watched. I listened. I smiled. I let them think I was still blind. But I wasn't. I was cataloging everything. Every minute of footage. Every small betrayal. The worst came a week later. I was in a cab, heading to the Singapore airport. Another alert. Same entrance. But this time, there was a sound. The new camera model Daniel had agreed to install picked up audio. And this time, it captured laughter. His laugh. Her voice. Indistinct words, but a tone unmistakable, playful, familiar, intimate. It wasn't the laugh of neighbors. It wasn't the voice of a woman helping. It was something else. I felt cold from the inside out. My fingers curled tightly around my phone. I replayed it 4 times, hoping the audio would morph into something less damning. It didn't. The betrayal was no longer abstract. It had a voice. It had a rhythm. And it lived in my house. By the time the plane took off, I was no longer Chloe the wife. I was Chloe the witness. The chronicler. The woman with the evidence. Gathering it like glass shards, careful not to bleed. Not yet. I didn't cry. I didn't confront. I just waited. Because I wasn't ready to scream. I was ready to expose. Cameras don't lie, but TikTok, it screams the truth into the world. By the time I landed back in Sydney, I had already sent the corrupted security footage to a forensic data specialist. The hallway camera had been tampered with too many times, and though I didn't say it out loud, I suspected it wasn't a coincidence. I wanted clarity, confirmation, proof I couldn't explain away, something I could hold in my hand and say, here it is. I wasn't imagining this. I didn't have to wait long. The world gave me the answer faster than the expert ever could. I was sitting in my car outside the grocery store, scrolling through my phone, when the message came from a colleague in Melbourne. Just a link, no explanation. The thumbnail showed my bedroom. I knew the light, the sheets, the curve of the window frame. But more than anything, I knew that mirror. That mirror had been in my family for decades, a French antique passed down from my grandmother. It sat diagonally near the foot of the bed, a favorite for my morning routine. And now, it had captured something I would never unsee. I clicked the link. The video started with music, something trendy. Some remix of a pop song slowed down and turned ironic. And then there they were. Helena, Daniel, in my bedroom, on my bed. Not kissing, not undressing, but the implication was unmistakable. She leaned into him, hand on his chest, whispering something. He smiled in a way I hadn't seen in years. Like a man newly in love. Not newly ashamed. The camera, if you could call it that, was shaky. Low quality, but perfectly aimed. It had been placed behind a stack of books on the guest shelf, angled to catch their reflections in the mirror. The caption read, "When your neighbor's not just watering the plant's eyes #homewreckers #sea-heating husband #Australia drama." It had over 4 million views. I couldn't breathe. There is something uniquely violent about public betrayal. Not only had I been deceived, but the world had seen it before I did. They were laughing, commenting, sharing, tagging. Is this real? OMG, the audacity. I'd burn the house down. She looks like she's done this before. One comment chilled me. Whoever recorded this is a genius. But why didn't they say anything? Why? Indeed. Because it wasn't from my security system. The angle was wrong. The quality too low. Someone had placed a phone inside my house. Someone else had witnessed this. And now I had two mysteries. Who betrayed me? And who exposed them? I called Daniel. He didn't pick up. I drove straight home, shaking with a cold, vibrating fury that I couldn't contain. My hand trembled on the front gate keypad. Every footstep sounded louder than it should have. The house was silent, still sunlit, still perfect, but I hated it now. I stormed into the bedroom and looked at the mirror. Then behind it, then the shelf. My fingers scanned every crevice, searching for the phone, the camera, anything. Nothing. They had taken it. Of course they had. But they hadn't deleted the video. Whoever filmed it wanted me to know. Wanted the world to know. And they succeeded. I paced the room like an animal in a cage. My chest heaved, but no tears came, only a sick ache in the gut. I wasn't just angry, I was humiliated. Violated, not by the act alone, but by the exposure. My private space, my sacred space, reduced to viral content. My phone rang. The specialist. We recovered partial footage, he said, from the hallway cam. It aligns with the timestamps you mentioned. There's one frame, just one, where Helena is visible entering the bedroom alone, and then another where Daniel walks down the hallway a few minutes later. Show me. He sent it, and there it was. 1 second. Two people, two directions converging into betrayal. The timestamp was identical to the TikTok post. I called Helena, straight to voicemail. I called Daniel again. He picked up. Hey, he said, hesitant, uncertain. There's a video, I said, of you, and her, in our bedroom. It's everywhere. Silence. Someone recorded you, posted it. It's viral. 4 million views and counting. More silence. Do you have anything to say? He exhaled. I didn't know about the video. But you knew about her. He didn't answer. Was it worth it? I asked. Everything we built, for this? It wasn't supposed to be anything serious. He said. I laughed, bitter and hollow. It's serious now. You're trending. He didn't come home that night. Helena never called back. The next morning, I got an anonymous email. No subject. One sentence. Check behind the bathroom vent. I did. There, wedged into the drywall, wrapped in a Ziploc bag, was a cracked phone, dead, hidden. I stared at it like it was a beating heart. Someone had placed it there. And someone had come back for it. But not before uploading the truth. That night, I sat by the ocean and watched the sun melt into the horizon. My world was broken, yes, but not just by their betrayal, by the invasion, by the performance, by the realization that trust is never just lost, it's stolen. Bit by bit, until there's nothing left but silence. I wasn't ready to forgive. But I was finally ready to burn everything down. And rebuild with no keys left under the mat. I didn't send the video to my husband. I sent it to the neighborhood women's group chat. It wasn't revenge, not exactly. It was exposure, truth, a necessary violence. There were 22 of us in the group, mothers, professionals, retirees. We traded everything from bake sale reminders to warnings about beach erosion. That morning, I uploaded the video, said nothing, and muted the thread. By noon, Helena's name was on every tongue in the cul-de-sac. I called a gathering, not at my house, not this time. I reserved the library room at the community center, neutral ground. No wine, no smiles. I walked in alone, carrying a single flash drive. They were already seated when I arrived. Curiosity thick in the air. Some knew, some had only heard fragments. None were prepared. I didn't greet anyone. I plugged in the drive, dimmed the lights, and pressed play. Silence. Helena and Daniel appeared on screen, flickering through the reflection of the antique mirror. That smile, that casual intimacy, the small betrayal magnified into something grotesque by the knowledge that it had taken place steps from my pillow. The video ended. I turned to the room. I trusted her with my home, I said, and she used that access to sleep with my husband. No tears, no rage, just a voice stripped bare of emotion. The way truth often sounds when it no longer asks for permission to exist. I left the flash drive on the table and walked out. No one stopped me. By evening, the fallout had begun. Helena was dismissed from her position at the local preschool. The principal, a longtime member of the women's group, called it a loss of community trust. Her inbox flooded with messages, some supportive, many not. Daniel's firm issued a formal statement. Effective immediately, Mr. Daniel Prescott will no longer be affiliated with our practice due to a violation of the firm's ethical conduct policy. Ethical conduct. The irony of the phrase made me laugh for the first time in days. He came home that night. Of course he did. Where else could he go? I didn't think you'd actually make it public, he said. There was disbelief in his voice. Not regret, not sorrow, just the stunned realization that I had acted without giving him time to spin it. I warned you, I said. I asked you if it was worth it. And now what? He asked. We just burn it all down. I met his gaze. No, you already did that. I'm just refusing to stand in the ashes. He didn't fight, he didn't beg, just lowered his head and walked upstairs to pack. By morning, he was gone. I stood in the kitchen, watching the sun pour across the floorboards. The same light that had once made this house feel golden now revealed all the cracks I had refused to see. Later that week, I walked into the bakery. The woman behind the counter looked up, then lowered her eyes. I didn't blame her. My story was now a community affair. I was the woman whose house had been turned into a viral betrayal. But I held my head high. I had nothing to be ashamed of. Helena, I heard, had moved out 2 days later. Her house sat dark now. The hedges overgrown, the curtains always drawn. Someone said she'd gone to stay with a cousin in Byron Bay. Another whispered that her husband's family, his sister, had cut all ties. No one said it aloud, but everyone knew she wouldn't be coming back. I received messages, some apologetic, some amazed, some quietly admiring. One read, "Thank you for showing us what not to tolerate." Another simply said, "Powerful, chilling, beautifully done." I didn't reply. I didn't need to, because this was never about vengeance. It was about breaking the silence, about choosing to speak the truth in a world that begs women to swallow it. To remain polite, to forgive too fast, to look away. But I didn't look away. And for once, neither did they. There is a kind of liberation that comes with letting the world see your scars, especially when they weren't yours to create. I wasn't heartless. I was done hiding. And the sound of my heels echoing on that community center floor would haunt them longer than any scream ever could. I changed the locks, but some things, no matter how tightly sealed, still find their way back in. It's been 5 weeks since the meeting, since the drive, since I stood in that room and let the truth play out in pixels and silence. Since I walked away with nothing but the weight of knowing I'd done what I had to do. The house feels different now. Quieter, emptier, but not in the way I expected. It's not just Daniel's absence. It's the space between the walls that echoes more loudly than before. It's the absence of trust, of simplicity, of the version of me that once believed handing someone a spare key could never be a weapon. I no longer answer unknown calls. I double-check the back door twice before bed. I watch the ocean every morning from the balcony, coffee in hand, and wonder if I'll ever stop trying to read its mood like a code. Daniel reached out once. He texted, said he was staying with a friend in Melbourne, that he had an interview lined up at a firm in the city. "It's a fresh start," he wrote. I didn't respond. A week later, I heard through someone in the group that the firm rescinded the offer. The HR director had seen the video, recognized him. Their policy was clear: we don't hire anyone whose name trends for the wrong reasons. I wanted to feel vindicated, but mostly, I just felt tired. Helena was gone, too. The house sat still for a while. Then came a removal truck. Curtains pulled back. A figure I didn't recognize supervising the movers. I didn't go outside, just watched from the upstairs window. She didn't look up once. Word had it she tried to apply at a preschool in another district. The principal called the one here first. That was the end of that. They were both ghosts now. Not gone, but unreachable, like the kind of memory you stop trusting because it no longer resembles who you are. And I was someone else, too. I shopped at different markets. Avoided the coastal walking trail Helena and I used to take with her dog. I joined a new yoga class, farther inland, where no one asked about my past. I spoke less, listened more. I started writing again, but only in fragments, lines and observations. Not whole stories. I wasn't ready for a beginning. I was still living inside the ending. But endings teach you things beginnings never will. I learned that strength doesn't roar, it whispers. That silence, when wielded carefully, can destroy more powerfully than rage. That healing isn't pretty, it's quiet, messy, full of relapses and replays and long nights staring at a ceiling you once shared with someone else. I miss the woman I used to be, the one who believed in shared sunsets and borrowed trust. But I didn't want her back, because that woman didn't know how dangerous the world could be behind a smile. Sometimes, I ask myself the question I used to think was paranoid: how do you know who is safe? There is no answer, not a clear one, not anymore. But now I ask a better question: how will I protect myself next time? Without locking myself away entirely. That answer changes daily. Some nights, I dream of the mirror. Not the reflection, the frame, the way it held the truth even when I wasn't ready to see it. In the dream, I shatter it, but in the morning, it's still there, intact. Watching, waiting. I haven't removed it. I thought I would, but I haven't, because some truths need to stay close, even after they've broken you. One evening, I stood on the beach. The wind was sharp, salt biting my skin, the sky smeared in purples and gray. The ocean, endless as ever, stretched before me like a promise and a warning. A woman walking her dog passed by. She smiled. I smiled back. I didn't know her. That felt safe. I took off my shoes and stepped into the surf. Just far enough to feel the pull. Just long enough to remember that the sea never lied to me. It had always told the truth. Crashing, rising, falling, never pretending to be anything but itself. I stood there and thought, the ocean doesn't betray. It only sounds the alarm, if you're willing to listen. The next day, I painted the front door. Not to erase the past, but to mark that it no longer owned me. The locks are new. The woman inside him is, too. I used to think the hearth was sacred. That fire, crackling beneath a cast iron pot, was what held the soul of our home together, until the night I saw what else it was capable of keeping warm. My name is Kiran. I live, or lived, in a small wooden house perched on the slope of a Himalayan valley, where mist blankets the morning and stars blanket the night. We do not have cities here, just villages where family is law, and tradition is the only truth. Our house was built by my grandfather, a place of thick beams, low doorways, and memories tucked into every crack in the timber. I grew up herding goats, mending roofs, gathering herbs with my mother. I never thought of leaving, not once. Home wasn't just a place, it was a lineage. When I married, it was a quiet ceremony. My wife, Anaya, was brought from a neighboring district. She was younger than me, soft-spoken, and dutiful, She spoke with a melody in her voice that made even the silence of our home feel full. I did not ask for much. I only wished to be a good husband, a good son, and a brother that others could rely on. And they did rely on me. My brother and his wife, Mira, lived with us. Mira was the stronger one, both in voice and presence. She helped manage the household and often acted as a bridge between the younger and older generations. She had a way of making you believe she understood everything, and that it was safe to place your trust in her. For a time, everything seemed right. Days passed in rhythm, tending to animals, fixing fences, meals cooked over open flame, stories whispered in the night air. But slowly, something shifted. Anaya began retreating into herself. At first I thought it was the cold. Winters are cruel here, and loneliness can feel sharper than frost. But she started avoiding my gaze, going to bed before the rest of us, claiming headaches, then silence. Mira noticed, or perhaps she already knew. She needs time, Mira told me one evening, as we shelled peas beside the hearth. Marriage isn't always simple for women. Give her space, be patient. I nodded. I always nodded, because I believed Mira. She had been like a sister to me for years. She defended Anaya's quietness, soothed my insecurities. She had this way of looking into your eyes and making you feel like she carried your burden with you. Then came the first strange moment. One night, I woke to find the bed cold beside me. I walked softly through the corridor, the wooden floor creaking like an old song. As I passed the hallway that led to the women's quarters, I saw a shadow, Mira, slipping out of Anaya's room. She didn't see me, or maybe she did. Her steps didn't quicken. I stood there for a full minute. I didn't go in. I didn't knock. I turned back, convinced myself it was nothing. Perhaps she had brought Anaya tea. Perhaps she had just been checking on her. What kind of man suspects his own family? The next day, things were as normal as ever. Anaya made lentil soup. Mira chopped firewood. No one looked at me oddly. Yet everything inside me had twisted. I couldn't name what I was afraid of. Only that it didn't belong in our house. In our customs. In our name. In the weeks that followed, I told myself it was in my head. I spent more time in the high pastures, with the goats and the wind, both more honest than the silence at home. But still, every night as I approached the house, I looked at the windows. Were the curtains drawn? Was the light from the hearth dancing too brightly? My mother began asking why Anaya didn't join the women for prayers. My father, blind in one eye but sharp as ever, once asked me, "What's keeping you up these nights? Boy, I hear you pacing." I told them nothing, because there was nothing I could prove. And in our culture, nothing is everything. To accuse without evidence is to disgrace. To doubt without words is to fall from grace. So I smiled, and nodded, and swallowed my questions like ash. One evening, as fog settled over the valley and the moon hung low like a secret, I sat on the porch with Mira. She handed me warm milk, the way she used to when I was a teenager. "You seem tired," she said, her voice gentle, eyes unreadable. "The animals keep me busy," I replied. She looked out into the mist, then said, "You know, not everything that changes is wrong. Sometimes, it's just different." I didn't answer. I watched her sip her milk, the steam curling around her face like incense. And I wondered, who was Mira? Really, was she still my sister-in-law? Or had something shifted beneath the floorboards of this house, subtle as smoke, and I had been too naive to notice? I began to dread the nights. The warmth of the hearth, once my comfort, now seemed to mock me. Every creak in the floor, every laugh between the two women, every shared glance, I catalogued them like a man keeping track of ghosts. Yet I said nothing, because the silence of a house like mine is louder than any scream. And still, I hoped that I was wrong. I hoped that love would return to my wife's eyes. I hoped that Mira was still the woman who once stayed up all night tending to me when I had fever. But in the pit of my stomach, I felt it, that something sacred had cracked. And all it would take was one gust of wind through the open window. One unguarded moment by the hearth, for it all to come crumbling down. And it would, sooner than I thought. The snow had fallen heavier than usual that night, burying the village in a muffled stillness. It was the kind of cold that got into your bones, the kind that made even the dogs curl tighter into themselves. I awoke not because of the chill, but from thirst, a dry throat and a mouth that tasted like smoke. I wrapped a shawl around my shoulders and stepped quietly out of bed, careful not to wake my father in the next room. The house creaked beneath my feet. The wooden floor, worn smooth by generations, groaned like it was remembering something it didn't want to. The kitchen was just past the hallway, where the hearth fire never quite went out. It was always warm there, a pocket of heat in the center of our frigid home. As I approached, I heard it, not just the soft roar of fire, but voices. Not voices, exactly. A laugh, a low, intimate laugh. And then, silence. I froze. My hand hovered near the kitchen door. The laugh wasn't loud, but it wasn't meant to be. It was a sound shared between people who thought they were alone. I stepped closer, barefoot on the cold wood. Through the sliver of space between the door and its frame, I saw them, Anaya and Mira. They were sitting near the hearth, the firelight dancing across their faces. Anaya was curled beneath Mira's arm, head resting on her shoulder. Mira's fingers moved slowly through her hair, as if memorizing it. Neither of them spoke. They just sat there, bathed in the glow of something I hadn't been allowed to see. I didn't breathe. My chest tightened, and not just from the cold. The world in front of me blurred, as if the snow outside had crept into my vision. I stepped back, quietly, blindly. I returned to my room. My hands trembled as I pulled the shawl tighter around me. My throat, once dry with thirst, was now clenched with a different ache. Sleep didn't come. At dawn, I moved through the house like a ghost. I helped my father with his morning tea, nodded at my mother when she mentioned temple offerings, and avoided the kitchen altogether. Anaya didn't meet my eyes at breakfast. Mira did. Her gaze was steady, unashamed. It didn't challenge me, but it didn't shrink either. I left before anyone could ask questions. The high pastures were safer, up there. The goats didn't lie. The snow was honest. It covered everything. Yes, but it never pretended. I sat on a rock, staring down at the valley. My mind returned to what I saw, over and over, like a song with no refrain. What were they? Was it love? Was it betrayal? Was it both? And more painfully, had it always been this way? Or had I simply failed to see it? The cold wind bit at my face. But I welcomed it. Pain reminded me I was still alive, that I could still feel, even when it felt like too much. When I returned that evening, the hearth was lit again. Anaya was stirring lentils. Mira sat nearby, sewing a tear in one of my father's shawls. Their movements were calm, practiced. No evidence of the night before lingered. "You're late," Mira said without looking up. The snow slowed me. I answered. Anaya didn't speak. We ate in silence. My father complained about a loose window latch. My mother told me to take more rice. Mira smiled. Anaya picked at her food. That night, I lay awake long after the house had gone quiet. I thought about speaking, about confronting, about asking, even pleading. But how does one ask such a question in a house built on silence? How do you scream into a culture that rewards you for swallowing every cry? I said nothing, because if I said it out loud, it would become real, and I wasn't ready for real. Not yet. But I knew what I saw. And that knowledge became a wedge in my heart, small now, but growing. It would split me open. Soon. I didn't scream, I didn't strike, I didn't even raise my voice. I simply asked, why her, of all people, why Mira? The question didn't hang in the air. It sank like a stone into a still lake, breaking the silence but leaving no ripples. Anaya stood in the center of the room, her hands clasped in front of her, her shawl slipping slightly from one shoulder. She looked at me, not with fear, not with guilt, but with an unbearable calm. Her mouth opened, but no words came. She did not deny it. She didn't even try. From behind her, Mira stepped forward, tears already on her cheeks. She reached for words like someone reaching into a river for something long lost. It wasn't supposed to happen, she said, her voice trembling. It was never meant to. But once it did, we couldn't go back. I felt the earth shift beneath me. Not from what was said, but from what wasn't, the acceptance in their silence. The absence of apology. My heart wasn't just breaking. It was being hollowed out. Scooped clean from the inside. The room blurred. My breath caught somewhere between a gasp and a sob. And still, I did not raise my voice. The kitchen door opened, and my father stood there, cane in hand, having heard enough. Behind him, my mother clutched at her scarf. Her face pale, lips trembling. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then, my mother screamed. She tore the scarf from her head and threw it onto the ground. Shaking with rage, my father brought the cane down against the floorboards with a crack that echoed through the house. And just like that, it was over. No accusations, no exile, no confessions, just silence. Later that night, I sat with them by the fire. My mother's eyes were red from crying. My father's hands trembled as he held his tea. I asked them what we would do. My mother shook her head. "You will say nothing." "Nothing?" I asked. My voice cracked. "You want me to live here? With this? Pretend it never happened?" My father didn't look at me. "The village does not need to know. It will shame the family. The name, her name, yours. But it happened. You know it did. And now it must end," he said, quietly. Their answer wasn't cruel. It was weary. It came from generations of rules passed down like heirlooms. You suffer. You endure. You do not disgrace the family. But I was done enduring. That night, I packed my things. Not much. A blanket, my coat, a satchel with dried fruit and bread. I wrapped it all tight and stepped into the snow without a word. No one tried to stop me. The door didn't creak. The fire didn't snap. The only sound was the crunch of my boots against the frozen path leading away from the only life I had known. I didn't cry. Not when I passed the shrine. Not when I reached the edge of the forest. Not even when the mountain wind sliced across my face. I had no tears left. I had buried them in the kitchen, beneath the glow of the fire where the truth had finally shown itself. What I carried with me wasn't just heartbreak. It was the silence of a family that chose shame over honesty. The silence of a culture that told me to be still, to swallow pain like medicine. I walked through that silence, into the dark, and I didn't look back. They told me to forget, to move on, to rebuild, but every night, as the fire hissed in the hearth of my borrowed cabin, I heard echoes of another flame, the one back home, the one in the kitchen, the one that burned away my life. There are no neighbors here, no children running past, no prayer bells ringing at dawn, only trees, snow, and silence, and me, Kiran, or whatever was left of him. I settled in a remote village on the other side of the mountain, where the dialect was unfamiliar and the winters harsher. The locals didn't ask questions. They saw my worn hands, my quiet eyes, and gave me space. I worked as a porter in the forest. Hauled wood, mended roofs, shoveled paths. Each task was penance. Every day, a distraction. No one here knew the story. Or if they did, they had the decency not to speak it. That was enough. Months passed, maybe years. Time here did not move forward. It folded in on itself. My days were the same length as my nights, both measured by the weight of memory. Occasionally, I heard rumors carried by other travelers. Whispers from the old village. Mira left. Anaya fell ill. My mother stopped speaking for weeks. My father refused to light the kitchen fire. None of it brought me back. Until one day, in the white hush of early winter, there was a knock at my door. I opened it to snowlight and a figure wrapped in a dark shawl. Her face was leaner, her eyes sunken, but I knew Mira. She didn't speak at first. Just stood, shivering, waiting for me to move aside. I didn't. She spoke in a whisper, her voice brittle as the ice on the eaves. "I'm not here to beg. I'm not here to return." I said nothing. She continued, "I came because I needed to tell you what I felt. It was never meant to be yours to carry. I broke something sacred, I know that, but I loved you, Kiran, in the wrong way, at the wrong time. But it wasn't false. The snow swirled behind her like spirits listening. I felt the burn rise in my chest again. Not rage, not even grief, just the deep ache of something irreparably changed. She reached into her shawl and handed me something. It was a small wooden carving. A prayer figure, the kind I used to whittle for the children in our village. She had kept it all this time. I took it, more from reflex than intent. "I have to go," she said, stepping back. I didn't stop her. I didn't speak. She walked away, her footprints disappearing almost instantly under the falling snow. I stood there for a long time. Then I turned and placed the carving on the small shelf above the fire. Next to it, I placed something else, the red woolen scarf Anaya had knit me the winter we married. I hadn't touched it in years. But I hadn't thrown it away, either. That night, I sat by the fire and listened. Not to the wind, not to the forest, to the quiet inside myself. The ghosts of the kitchen no longer shouted. They whispered. They did not vanish, they never would, but they no longer held me captive. I had not forgiven, but I had let go. And in the silence that followed, I breathed, truly breathed. Outside, snow fell like ash over a world that had burned and kept on turning. And in my hand, the scarf trembled slightly in the draft, like a heart learning to beat again. I cleaned her floor every Tuesday. I never expected to one day clean the bloodstain left by my own marriage. The building we lived in was the kind that makes people sigh when they see it, tall windows. Wrought iron balconies draped in flowers. Sunlight spilling across parquet floors. Our flat was on the second floor, just beneath Madame Sylvie, the elegant divorcee with the rose garden on her terrace and the silk curtains that never quite closed. I was Isabel, 38 years old, a part-time cleaner, a full-time wife. My world was quiet and neat, shaped by routines that I clung to like lifelines. Morning coffee at the window. Folding laundry while church bells tolled from Saint-Germain. Kissing Jules goodbye with the same smile I had given him for over a decade. He was an engineer, steady, handsome, in the way that French men age like wine rather than bread. He built things that lasted. Bridges, mostly, foundations. He said that was why we worked. I kept the home soft. He made sure it stood strong. I believed him. We were not rich. But Paris has a way of making modest lives look romantic. We had our rituals. We argued about dinner and kissed over wine. Sometimes, on rainy Sundays, we danced barefoot in the kitchen to old records that skipped in all the right places. I began cleaning for Madame Sylvie 6 months ago. It was supposed to be temporary. She was recovering from a surgery and needed help keeping things in order. I remember the first time I stepped into her apartment. It smelled like jasmine and ambition. Everything in her home was elegant and effortless. Even the dust. And she greeted me with the kind of grace that made me feel provincial. She was beautiful, in a curated way. Silver hair coiled high, eyes lined with something expensive. Lips always glossed. She never asked many questions. She left notes with to-do lists. Sometimes chocolate by the sink. I admired her, and in a way, I envied her. She had a life untethered by compromise. No children, no grocery lists, just art, antiques, and the occasional younger man who left before sunrise. At first, Jules was indifferent, then he became helpful. "Let me carry the toolbox," he said. "Her shower pressure is acting up. I'll take a look." I didn't question it. He was good with his hands. He liked feeling useful. And Sylvie, well, she was our neighbor. She baked tarts at Christmas and invited us for wine on Bastille Day. But then I noticed the way he said her name. Sylvie, not Madam, not even our neighbor, just Sylvie. The name curled in his mouth like something intimate. Still, I doubted myself. Who was I to be jealous of a woman who paid me by the hour? One afternoon, I came home early. Jules was fixing the curtain rod in the bedroom. He looked startled, like a boy caught stealing biscuits. He laughed, made a joke, kissed me on the cheek. But there was a scent on the air, not mine. Not soap, something floral, sharp, lingering. Later, I found a silk scarf on the kitchen chair. Pale pink, not mine, Jules said it was Sylvie's. She had dropped it. She was forgetful, he said. Elegant women often are. I smiled, nodded. The next Tuesday, I was back in Sylvie's apartment, on my knees with a bucket and sponge. I wiped beneath her velvet couch and saw a familiar thread of blue lint. From Jules's sweater. I paused. My hands tightened. My breath did not. That night, I mentioned it over dinner. Casually. You know, Sylvie asked me if you could help her with the boiler next week. Jules blinked. Fork paused midair. Oh, strange, I said, because she didn't actually say anything. I was just curious how often you visit. His smile faltered. Not often, just when she needs help. You know, we live just below. Yes, we live just below. I began to look harder. Listen more closely. Jules started locking his phone. He was quieter in the evenings. Once, I heard him speaking in the hallway, his voice low, words soft and slow, like someone whispering a poem. When I entered, he was smiling at the wall. He said he was talking to a client. I nodded. It was always easier to believe what you hope is true. But that Tuesday, as I dusted the edges of Sylvie's fireplace, I found something that ended the doubt. A bottle of cologne. Not just any cologne, the one I gave Jules last Christmas. Limited edition, leather and smoke. I opened the cap, inhaled. It was his. I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I placed it back where I found it, aligned perfectly with the frame of the photo beside it. A photo of Sylvie, smiling, alone, except she wasn't, because her apartment held the scent of my husband. And my marriage no longer smelled like home. That evening, Jules was cheerful. He brought flowers, made coq au vin, said we should take a weekend trip. Maybe to Lyon. You've been working too hard, he said. I nodded, smiled, but in my mind, I was still in her living room, kneeling on the hardwood, fingers wet with soapy water, heart bruised by perfume and silence. This was only the beginning. I didn't know yet how far it went. But I knew, finally, that something sacred had been touched. And that I was no longer willing to clean up quietly. The shirt wasn't supposed to be there. Not in her apartment, not under that pillow, not when I had washed it just that morning. It was unmistakably Jules's, a white cotton shirt with a faint blue pinstripe. Slightly frayed at the cuffs where he always fiddled with the buttons during meetings. Folded neatly beneath the pillow on Madame Sylvie's bed. Not hidden, not carelessly tossed, deliberately placed, like a secret waiting to be discovered. I froze, kneeling by the nightstand, rag in one hand, a half-full spray bottle in the other. The scent hit me before I even touched it. A sharp, heady cologne, oud and bergamot, the same one Jules had given me last Christmas, saying, "It's unisex, we can share it." I had never worn it. The bottle had remained nearly full on our dresser. Except now, here it was, bleeding into her sheets. I didn't speak, didn't cry. I left the bedroom, finished wiping down the bathroom sink in a daze, and let myself out with a polite note left on the kitchen counter, "Done for today. See you next Tuesday, Isabel." The walk home felt longer. Paris was as beautiful as ever. But I was no longer looking up. Every cafe window reflected the same question back at me. Was it real? Had I imagined it? At dinner, I stirred my soup slowly while Jules talked about deadlines and broken infrastructure. I watched his hands. I listened to his voice. The same voice that had read love letters to me 10 years ago in the Jardin du Luxembourg. Did Sylvie need anything else fixed? I asked, eyes fixed on my spoon. He blinked. What? Her place. You were there Monday. No, she said the boiler was still acting up. There was a pause, a fraction too long. Oh, right, no, it seemed fine to me. Just a loose valve. He smiled, but it was wrong, slightly too curved, like a mask worn backward. You're quiet, he added. Everything okay? Just tired. That night, he kissed me on the forehead and retreated to his study. I listened from the bedroom. The sound of his footsteps. The faint squeak of the desk chair. The low murmur of a voice I couldn't fully hear. Then, a laugh. His. Soft, intimate, rare. He never laughed like that with me anymore. I slipped out of bed and padded to the hallway. The door to his study was closed, but sound leaks through Parisian wood. I placed my ear against it. No, I told you, she has no idea. She thinks it's all maintenance work. Pause. A chuckle. Yes, tomorrow. Her schedule's the same. Morning shift. Done by noon. We'll have time. I stepped back. My pulse was slow, heavy, like the tolling of the church bells down the street. The next morning, I rearranged my shift, told Madame Sylvie I'd be in earlier than usual. No explanation given. She replied with a simple, "Fine, just don't disturb the bedroom. I need rest." Of course she did. I arrived at 8 a.m. sharp. The apartment was silent, sunlight filtering in through sheer curtains. I walked slowly, deliberately. Every inch of the space felt unfamiliar now, like a stage one had swept clean too many times without noticing the script. In the living room, a glass with lipstick still clinging to the rim. On the table, a lighter engraved with Jules's initials. I didn't touch anything. Instead, I stood in the center of the room and listened. The silence wasn't empty, it was waiting. When I returned home, Jules was in the shower. His phone, left charging on the kitchen counter, vibrated once. A message preview popped up. Tomorrow, 11 a.m., same plan, J. No name, no need. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. I knew. The shirt, the scent, the voice behind the door. It wasn't suspicion anymore. It was confirmation. The floor beneath me didn't crack. It shifted, quietly, like something giving way under pressure long ignored. And I stood there. In the kitchen I had cleaned 100 times, wondering how many more lies had been folded into the corners of our home like laundry I never questioned. I wasn't ready to confront him. Not yet. But I was no longer blind. I had seen the edge. And I was walking closer every day. I had cleaned every inch of that apartment. Polished the brass doorknobs, scrubbed the baseboards, dusted the crown molding, but what needed scrubbing most was never visible. Not until I gave the silence a voice. The recorder was no bigger than a lipstick tube. Black, discreet, bought in cash from a second-hand electronics store on Rue de Montreuil. I hid it behind the potted hydrangea near Sylvie's console table, the perfect vantage point. Angled just enough to catch voices in the living room. I pressed record. Then I cleaned. I scrubbed with precision that morning. Every stroke of the sponge, every flick of the duster, bought me time. I moved slowly, deliberately. I knew Jules was scheduled to arrive around 11. By 10:45, I was gone. Left a note as always. Slipped out silently, heart pounding. That night, with Jules fast asleep beside me, I transferred the audio to my phone using borrowed earbuds and trembling hands. The first 10 minutes were silence. Then, the sound of the door unlocking. Footsteps. Jules. Sylvie. A laugh. Hers. "You're early," she said. "You miss me?" Jules replied. I paused the playback. My hands clenched, then resumed. They spoke of mundane things at first, wine, her garden, a neighbor who complained about pigeons. Then came the turn. "She still doesn't know?" Sylvie asked. "She suspects something, but not the full extent. She trusts you too much." A pause. "That's what makes it easier," Jules said. "She's predictable." Sylvie laughed again. A sound I had once thought graceful now felt like splinters in my ear. "We need to be more careful," she said. "The shirt was sloppy. I told you to keep it under the sheets." Another pause. Glass clinking. "What about the money?" she asked. "Still in her name. That's the point. As long as it stays that way. There's no risk to us." My throat went dry. "Us. So you keep up appearances. And when it breaks, you get to walk away clean." "Exactly. No assets to split. Just a clean exit." I stopped the recording. My hands were shaking, my breath shallow. It wasn't just betrayal. It was strategy. A calculated dismantling of the life we had built. Not out of passion, but out of convenience. The next morning, Sylvie texted Jules. The phone buzzed on the nightstand. "Meeting with my lawyer confirmed for Friday. Can't wait to be free." Lawyer. Free. I stared at the message. Then at Jules. brushing his teeth, humming. He didn't know I knew. He didn't know the woman he'd dismissed as predictable was already documenting the collapse. I copied the audio to a second phone, backed it up to a cloud, hid the recorder inside my sewing box. From that moment on, everything he said, every smile he gave, every late-night call he took, I watched it all with surgical distance. He was performing, I was archiving, and behind every polite nod, every quiet dinner, every "I love you," he whispered into a room he believed I couldn't hear, I was building my evidence. The woman who once cleaned in silence was now listening, and she would not stay quiet for long. The audio file sat on my phone for 2 days before I did anything with it. 2 days of pretending, of setting the table and sharing meals and folding his socks while the recording played over and over in my mind. Every word was etched into me now, not like ink, but like a scar. Jules didn't know, neither did Sylvie, and that was the only advantage I had. I didn't need a confrontation. I didn't want tears or excuses or the theater of remorse. I wanted exposure, precision, a scalpel to the lie they'd built. So I posted it. The forum was called Voix des Femmes, a massive online community for French women. A space of solidarity, sisterhood, and brutal honesty. I'd read stories there for years but never contributed. Until now. I uploaded the audio with a single line. Who do you believe when both your husband and your neighbor lie to your face? The post exploded. Within an hour, comments flooded in. By midday, the thread was trending. Women quoted lines from the recording, dissected the manipulation, and tagged friends. This is why we trust our instincts. One wrote, "A masterclass in calm revenge," said another. Screenshots were shared across platforms. TikTok, Twitter, even Telegram groups. Someone added subtitles to the recording. Someone else matched Sylvie's voice to a podcast she'd once guest-starred on. They knew who she was. By the second day, her sponsors dropped her. Sylvie had built a brand around Parisian elegance, recipes, hosting tips, morning routines with fresh croissants and linen robes. But now, every video she'd made was weaponized against her. How to Host with Grace was rekit with audio of her plotting to destroy my marriage. Comments were disabled. Her follower count plummeted. A partnership with a luxury candle company vanished overnight. Jules fared no better. Someone from his company recognized his voice. The HR department received anonymous tips with links to the forum post. I didn't send them. I didn't have to. By Friday, he was called in. He came home early, pale and quiet. His briefcase hung loosely at his side. They said I breached the code of conduct. He murmured that I damaged the firm's reputation. He sat on the edge of the bed like a man who'd aged 10 years in a day. I don't understand how it got out. He said, someone must have been spying. I didn't respond, just folded a towel and placed it in the linen cabinet. That evening, he knocked on the bathroom door as I applied lotion, a ritual I'd always done in solitude. "Isabel," he said, voice trembling, "we should talk." I opened the door, looked him full in the face. "You said I was predictable." I said quietly, "You planned to walk away clean." He winced. "You weren't supposed to hear that." "But I did." He reached for my hand. I stepped back. "You lied to me," I said, "and not just with your body. With your planning, your silence, your lawyer." He slumped against the doorframe. "I made a mistake." "No, a mistake is forgetting an anniversary. What you did was architecture, a structure of betrayal." He exhaled sharply. "I lost everything, Isabel." I shook my head. "No, Jules. You stripped yourself of everything the moment you decided I was too easy to fool." I walked past him, down the hall, to the front door. He followed. "Where are you going?" I turned. "To buy lilies," I said, "for myself, because no one else thought I deserved them." He stood in the doorway, helpless. As I stepped outside, the air smelled like warm stone and spring rain. A neighbor walking her dog looked at me with wide eyes. She had seen the post. She gave me a slow nod. Empathy, respect, something unspoken. The next morning, I walked past Sylvie's apartment. The shutters were drawn. A note on the door read, "Do not disturb." I didn't plan to, but the world already had. In the weeks that followed, my inbox filled with messages. Women thanking me, sharing their own stories, some painful, some empowering. I became a quiet symbol, not of revenge, but of refusal, of refusing to remain unseen, unheard. Jules moved out, no drama, no apology that mattered, just a suitcase and an echo. I kept the apartment, repainted the kitchen, bought a new robe. Sometimes, when the light hits the brass doorknob just right, I see my reflection, not the same woman who once knelt to scrub floors and silence herself, but someone sharper, calmer, someone who understands that sometimes the cleanest thing you can do is let the dirt show. And I never deleted the post. The apartment was smaller, but it sat higher, on the 6th floor of a quiet building in Montmartre, where the air felt lighter and the sky seemed closer. Isabelle stood by the window every morning with a cup of black coffee, watching the rooftops turn golden under the Parisian sun. It wasn't the same view. No church bells, no creaking from the old chandelier upstairs. Just silence, soft and deliberate. She had found the listing through a friend of a friend, someone who had read her story online and reached out with quiet support. "You deserve peace," the message had said. That word, peace, had sounded so foreign back then, like something delicate other people were allowed to have. The old apartment was behind her now, the place where she folded linens and folded her truths, where she watched a marriage unravel one whisper at a time, where she had once thought love was something you protected by sacrificing pieces of yourself. She didn't sacrifice anymore. Her mornings began earlier. She liked hearing the city wake before it made noise. The scent of bakeries, the distant hum of scooters. Her flowers on the balcony opened slowly. Like she did, Isabelle received an invitation from Radio Lumière, a women-led broadcast that had followed her forum post. They wanted her to speak about emotional labor, economic dependence, and what it meant to reclaim a voice after betrayal. She hesitated, then said yes. The interview took place in a modest studio with walls the color of ripe peaches. The host, Claire, was warm but firm, guiding the conversation with empathy and clarity. "You've become a bit of a symbol," Claire said, "but what does healing actually feel like for you?" Isabelle took a breath. "Healing doesn't feel like winning. It feels like resisting the urge to vanish. I didn't win, I just refused to let them keep winning." The clip went viral, again, but this time, the headlines were different. "Dignity over drama, a cleaner's quiet revolution, French wife reclaims her name." She received job offers, invitations to panels. A publishing house reached out about a memoir. She declined most. What she needed wasn't fame. It was steadiness. Jules never reached out again. Not even on her birthday. Not even through mutual friends. She heard he moved to Lyon. Tried starting over with a different name. But his shadow no longer reached her. Sylvie's brand collapsed entirely. The apartment above Isabelle's old flat was eventually rented to a retired teacher and his cat. The scent of lavender replaced the perfume that once haunted her staircase. There were nights when Isabelle still woke up with a start. Not nightmares, just echoes. Of doors closing, of lies whispered in familiar voices. But they passed, like summer storms. She grew used to her solitude. Not lonely, just intact. On one such morning, she bought herself a new pair of red heels. Not to be seen, not to impress, but to feel taller inside her own life. She walked home from the boutique with her chin high and a tiny smile. As she unlocked her door, the neighbor across the hall, a woman in her 60s with short silver hair, nodded and said, "Strong shoes for a stronger woman." Isabelle smiled, therefore walking forward. That evening, she watered her flowers. They had begun to cascade over the balcony. Lush and unapologetic, she stood by the window as the city shifted to twilight. Paris glowed. Below, voices drifted in snippets of joy. Music, dinner plans. Isabelle watched it all, from above, from after, and for the first time, she felt no need to look back. The flowers were hers, and no one would touch them again. I used to think the lights went out because of the sky. But now I know it was the people who made this village dark. Darren had always seen himself as ordinary. And in a way, he was. He rose before the sun like most men in the village, wore pressed shirts that his wife ironed with silent care, and led morning meetings at the commune office beneath the fraying portrait of the king. He wasn't a man of ambition, not exactly, but he had order, respect. His family, his quiet wife and bright-eyed son, were seen as a model by others. Neighbors often said, "That house, it has harmony." The house was a wooden stilt home, perched above fields that turned golden every harvest season. It creaked when wind blew, and smelled of lemongrass and old paper. His wife, Marley, took care of everything inside. She rarely raised her voice. And when she smiled, it was the kind of smile that spoke more of patience than joy. But in a place like their village, that was enough. Life moved slowly there. Chickens announced the morning, the temple bell echoed every 6 hours, and gossip fluttered between kitchens like smoke from burning rice husks. Darren liked that rhythm. It made things feel predictable, safe, until she moved in. Her name was Lynn. She was the granddaughter of old May Sue, who lived in the house next door. Lynn had come from the city, they said, to care for her grandmother. Young, unmarried, always humming. She wore silk wraps in her hair and let her sleeves fall just a little lower on her shoulders than the other women. She didn't smile at everyone, just enough to be remembered. The first time Lynn came over, it was evening. The power had gone out again, a common nuisance. Darren had lit the kerosene lamp while Marley stirred soup over the fire. There was a knock. Lynn stood there barefoot, holding her phone like a lost child. "Uncle Darren," she said, voice soft, eyes wide. "Can I charge my phone for a while? Grandma's candles are out, and I'm a little afraid of the dark." He hesitated, then nodded. She came inside, barefoot, thanking him in a voice that seemed too practiced to be spontaneous. Her eyes scanned the room quickly, as though she were counting exits. Marley didn't speak. She gave a polite nod, wiped her hands, and returned to her cooking. Lynn stayed no more than 15 minutes. But in that time, Darren noticed details that, at the time, didn't feel like anything. How her nightdress clung to her frame from the heat. How she laughed softly when she almost tripped over the mat. How she kept thanking him, unnecessarily, as if gratitude was her second language. When she left, Marley looked at him, not accusingly, just quietly. "She doesn't seem afraid of much," she said. He laughed. "You're overthinking. She's just polite." Marley didn't answer. That would have been the end of it. If Lynn hadn't returned. She came again 3 days later. Then again. Always in the evening. Always when Marley had stepped out to help her mother. Sometimes with a half-dead phone. Sometimes with a small excuse. "Grandma fell asleep early." Or, "The geckos are louder than usual." Each time, Darren opened the door, and each time, he told himself it was nothing. It was a village. After all, people helped each other. But slowly, something shifted. He found himself checking the window when the lights flickered. Not to see if the generator held, but to see if she would come. He caught his reflection once, waiting. Hand near the plug, heart not in its right place. Marley said little, but her silences stretched longer. Her eyes lingered not on his, but on his shirts, his pockets. Once, she found a faint shimmer on his sleeve. He told her it must have been candle wax. She didn't argue, just turned away and folded laundry harder than she needed to. At dinner, she said, "She's young. So, you tell me." He frowned. "Are we really going to do this? She's our neighbor. Neighbors don't wear perfume to borrow sockets." He laughed again, a little too loud. "Marley, come on, you're not one of those jealous wives. Are you?" She didn't reply. And that, more than anything, left a crack in the silence. But Darren didn't stop, not because he had done something unforgivable. Not yet. But because he liked the attention. The way Lynn said his name. The way she acted like he was someone important. In a village that had already decided who everyone was. It felt good to be seen as something new. And perhaps, that was when the darkness truly began. Not in the wires or the switches. But in the space between what was innocent and what was almost. The letter wasn't a dream. It wasn't imagined in a fit of jealousy. It was there, in the shirt pocket of a man who had promised her the moon while holding a lantern for someone else in the dark. Marley found it while doing laundry, as she always did on Sundays. The power had gone out again, so she scrubbed clothes by hand in the shallow aluminum basin behind the house. She wasn't looking for anything, but as she unrolled the damp shirt, his favorite one, the white with the thin blue stripe she had mended 3 times, something slipped from the pocket and landed in the water. A folded scrap of paper, pale pink, stained at the corner with something darker. Marley blinked. She picked it up. The ink had bled slightly, but not enough to hide the curves of the handwriting. Not her handwriting. "I'll wait for you when the lights go out. Under the roof where no one can see. Don't forget to smile like you did last time. It made me feel like I belonged there. L." There was a faint, waxy imprint next to the signature. Lipstick, not hers. She didn't cry. Her hand trembled, but not enough to spill the basin. She dried the letter. She folded his shirt. She finished all the laundry before going inside. That evening, she walked to her mother's house. The path was familiar, dusty, lined with banana trees. Her mother opened the door with a face already lined with worry. Marley sat without speaking for a long time, then simply said, "I think he's doing something with that girl. The one who always comes when the power goes out." Her mother sighed. "You have no proof," she said softly. Marley pulled out the note. Her mother read it, then read it again, but instead of anger, her expression changed to something else. A kind of sad exhaustion. "Don't confront him yet," she said. "The village doesn't take kindly to women who raise their voice first." Marley nodded. She already knew that. When she returned home, Darren was sitting outside, scrolling his phone with a smile that looked borrowed. She watched him from behind the curtain for a moment. His thumb paused over something, then scrolled again. She didn't say anything about the letter. But the next day, the news began to move without her. Someone had seen Lynn walking barefoot from the back of Darren's house early in the morning. Another said they spotted Darren handing her a small plastic bag outside the market. One woman swore she heard them laughing behind the rice barn last week. But none of them came to Marley directly. Instead, they whispered. And what they whispered was about her. Maybe she got too cold. Too proper. She's not as lively as that Lynn girl. Can't keep a man with silence. The village, with all its warmth and mango trees, suddenly felt like it had barbed edges. Marley said nothing. She made his meals, washed his clothes, watered her plants. But every evening, when Darren walked through the door and greeted her like nothing had changed, she would stare just a little longer. One night, while he rinsed his feet outside, she asked without looking up, "Do you still talk to Lynn?" Darren snorted. "Where's this coming from?" "Just curious." "You're being ridiculous." He sounded annoyed. "You're letting gossip get to you. You're better than that." She didn't argue. She just pressed the lid on the rice pot harder than usual. The letter stayed folded inside her sewing kit. She touched it once a day, like checking to see if it was still real. But she did nothing with it. Not yet. At the market, Lynn was as radiant as ever. She laughed easily, touched arms lightly, told old men they looked young. Even Marley's mother had to admit, she knows how to make people like her. Darren, meanwhile, began coming home later, said it was meetings, village planning, water infrastructure. Marley said okay, and with each passing day, the gap widened. But it wasn't just between her and Darren. It was between her and everyone. Because in that village, when a husband strayed, people didn't ask what he did. They asked what the wife lacked. And Marley, with her silence, became the perfect vessel for every whispered theory. So she waited, not out of weakness, but because sometimes, silence is the sharpest sound of all. Darren had always believed that the darkness outside their wooden home was the same as the darkness in every village house when the electricity faltered. But what he didn't realize was that the darkest corners had never been outside. They had always been inside the glances, the silences, the late-night excuses, and the sudden flickers in behavior. Marley began to watch with eyes that were no longer clouded by trust. She didn't accuse, not yet. She observed, quietly, diligently. She knew how the house sounded when Darren walked. She knew how long it took for the oil lamp to warm the kitchen. And she knew that Lynn's laughter carried differently than any other woman in the village, light. A little too smooth, like river stones polished too often. The first real shift came on a night with no rain, no storm, but still, the electricity went out. Darren stood and sighed. "I'll go check if the neighbors have light." Marley didn't stop him. She nodded and returned to her sewing, the thread shaking slightly between her fingers. As soon as he stepped outside, she extinguished the lamp and crept to the window. From there, barely breathing, she saw his shadow blend into another. Lynn's silhouette moved from behind a tree, and the two figures disappeared behind Lynn's house. She didn't follow, not with her feet, but with her mind. She followed every step they took, every breath shared in that humid, deceptive air. Later, she asked Darren if the neighbors had electricity. He scratched his head. No one did, but Lynn said her charger still had a bit of battery. "So I stayed a moment to check something." She smiled faintly. "You seem to check her house a lot." He looked at her, unsure if it was a joke or something heavier. "Just being helpful. That's what you said last time." Her voice didn't rise. It floated like mist, the kind that clings to your chest without choking you but never lets go. A week later, the old widow from the north end of the village came to buy vegetables from Marley. As she gathered eggplants into her basket, she muttered, "That Lynn girl reminds me of my cousin's daughter. Beautiful, kind," until she ran off with a married man and left the wife to raise 4 children alone. Marley didn't respond, but the woman pressed on, her gaze sharp beneath the folds of time. "I see her often, by your house, sometimes at odd hours. Your husband has a kind face. Too kind." Marley folded the old woman's change into her palm without a word. Her hands trembled, but her face stayed still. She stopped sleeping deeply, not out of fear, but because she didn't want to miss the sound of lies moving beneath their floorboards. Another night, Darren returned late, claiming the meeting with the council had run long. His clothes were damp. He said it rained, but the skies had been dry all evening. Marley reached for his shirt the next morning to wash it. There was a faint fragrance on it, not perfume, but shampoo, a floral scent she didn't use, a scent she had once smelled when Lynn stood too close at the well. She didn't mention it, she just washed it with extra care, and while it dried on the bamboo line, she watched it sway like a flag in surrender. Her resolve didn't crack, it calcified. One day, she followed Darren. He said he was heading to the small pagoda to fix a broken plank. But instead, he took the back path toward Lynn's house. Marley kept her distance, slipping between trees, heart racing not from betrayal, but from the clarity of it. She stopped when she saw him knock once, twice, pause. The door opened. He slipped inside. She waited nearly an hour before returning home. She didn't cry, not yet. Instead, she went into their bedroom, opened the old drawer where she kept family letters and children's drawings, and began writing in a small notebook. Every time he lied, every time Lynn appeared, every excuse, every sigh. She wasn't documenting pain, she was documenting evidence. The next time Lynn passed by their home and smiled, Marley greeted her with the warmth of a woman who knew everything but chose, for now, to let the story unfold on its own. And then, the twist she didn't expect came not from her husband, but from Lynn herself. One afternoon, Marley received a note left under the cooking pot on the porch. The handwriting was rushed. "I didn't mean to. He kept saying you didn't love him anymore. I believed him. I thought he needed me." No name signed, no apology offered, just that single sentence that broke the illusion that Lynn had been naive. Now, it was clear, this wasn't temptation. This was strategy. Marley held the note over the cooking fire that evening, watching the paper curl, blacken, disappear into the same smoke where her husband's promises had long burned away. And when she laid beside him that night, she whispered so softly he barely caught it, "I hope the dark keeps you safe. Because when light comes, we'll both see who you really are." He didn't respond. He turned away. And that silence was the loudest confession of all. The sound of roosters had not yet risen when she began pacing. The chill of morning mist clung to her skin. But she barely noticed it. Darren's wife, whose name the village rarely used, because in rural Thai life, a woman was always someone's daughter, wife, or mother, stood outside their wooden stilt house holding two items, a damp shirt and a handkerchief. The shirt was her husband's. The handkerchief bore the delicately embroidered initials of the young neighbor girl. She had waited long enough. Too many nights of half-truths, dim lights, and hollow explanations had hollowed her out. Now she was just a shell filled with a steady, cold determination. As the sun began to rise over the northern Thai hills, she walked, not stormed, to the neighbor's house. It was not rage that moved her. It was something deeper, something still, something terrifying. She did not knock, she called. The shout rang across the village, a calm, firm declaration that summoned the curious and the skeptical. One by one, doors opened, sleepy faces peeked out, and sandals slapped dirt paths as villagers approached the wooden house that had, until now, hidden secrets behind lace curtains and flower pots. When enough eyes were present, she turned. Without a word, she pulled down the thin floral cloth that fluttered on the bamboo clothesline. From beneath it, she lifted her husband's shirt, creased, unmistakably his, and the handkerchief. She held them like relics of a betrayal too cruel for noise. Gasps, a few chuckles, quickly suppressed. An old woman muttered something about karma. A younger man nudged his wife. Darren arrived last. His feet dragged, his eyes avoided. His face was not the face of a man ready to lie. It was the face of a man who had been caught and had already rehearsed the speech he hoped would make him human again. He knelt, not to beg, not to repent. He just knelt. Rain from the previous night still pooled on the hard-packed earth, soaking into his pants. He didn't flinch. Lang ne I kung lam nu vei, he said in Thai. Am kong gi em she foi ra. Everyone in the village does this. I didn't think you'd expose it. It was the wrong thing to say. The villages shifted. Murmurs grew louder. The moment became about more than just a man and a woman. It was about what people tolerated, what they whispered about but never confronted. Some women began to nod. Their arms crossed tightly. One even stepped forward to hold the wife's arm. Others, mostly older men, frowned. It's not that serious, one muttered. The girl is young. Youth is foolish. Let it go. But the woman did not move. She pointed to the bamboo roof's edge, the place where the handkerchief had been found. That spot is where I hang my son's clothes, where I dry our family's laundry. It's not a place for lies to dry. Her voice didn't tremble, it didn't break, it echoed. Silence. Then, quietly, the young neighbor girl stepped out. Her head was lowered, and she held her grandmother's hand. I didn't mean to, she began, but stopped. No words could untangle what had already been spun. The crowd began to dissipate. Life in the village waited for no scandal. Fields needed tending, animals fed, but something had changed. Later that day, Darren would be summoned by the village council. Not formally punished, no such law existed, but shamed. He would not be invited to lead festivals. He would not sit at the elders' table. The respect once given freely now hovered out of reach. At home, his wife sat alone. She had not wept. In the quiet, she placed the shirt and handkerchief into a clay jar and sealed it with cloth. Not to forget, but to remember, not as a victim, but as a witness. Darren never asked for the items back. That night, he slept outside, beneath the house, where chickens sometimes took shelter. And in the distance, a light flickered in the neighbor's house. But no one knocked, not anymore. The village had seen, the village remembered. The road from the village to the bus station was not long. But that day, it felt like a lifetime. She wore the same sandals she always had, rubber soles worn thin by years of sweeping floors and chasing chickens, but she walked as if the dirt path had turned to marble. Her son, barely 7, clutched a small cloth bag and leaned his head against her side. He didn't ask questions. He had stopped asking the night the yelling ended. The night his mother folded their lives into silence and resolve. Darren's wife was no longer Darren's anything. She had left the house unlocked. No note, no drama, just the absence of her voice at breakfast. The space she once filled, suddenly echoing. The village did not try to stop her. People watched from their verandas. Some nodded respectfully, others whispered behind hands, but no one dared meet her eyes. Not after what they had seen. Not after how she had stood with her spine straight and her pain folded neatly inside the cloth she held up for everyone to see. Darren had tried, once. That morning, he had run out to the edge of the path, barefoot, shirt unbuttoned, shouting her name like a boy who had lost his kite. But she did not turn back. She didn't even slow down. By mid-morning, the bus arrived, old, painted in faded blue, its engine growling like a tired ox. She climbed aboard without a word. Her son followed. The door shut. From the window, she looked out over the rice fields, golden in the dry season sun. Somewhere, a radio played an old folk song, the kind her mother used to hum. Back in the village, consequences rolled like slow thunder. Darren faced the council again. This time, the words were final. He has failed to uphold the dignity of leadership. One elder said. He brought shame to a household known for silence. Not scandal, said another. It was not a legal sentence. But it was a cultural one. Darren lost his place on the council. No more morning meetings, no more festivals led, no more whispers of respect as he passed. He was now just Darren, the man whose wife left, the man who let lust steal his good name. As for the neighbor girl, she vanished as quickly as she'd come. Her grandmother, red-faced and trembling, packed their things the day after the confrontation. By dusk, their home was empty, only the bamboo chimes remained, clicking in the wind like a question with no answer. Some villagers said the girl had gone to live with an uncle in Chiang Mai. Others claimed she was sent to a monastery to cleanse her spirit. No one knew, no one asked. Darren spent his days tending to small things. Fixing broken tools, feeding the chickens, mending fences that didn't need mending. His nights were colder, he slept alone, and when he passed by the clothesline where it all began, he never looked up. Months passed. In another province, in a modest apartment near a busy street, a woman sat by a window with a pot of jasmine blooming beside her. She read books now, spoke to women in the market, took sewing jobs to pay for her son's school. She missed her home sometimes, the rhythm of the village drums, the scent of sticky rice in the morning, but she did not miss the weight of waiting. One afternoon, she was invited to speak on a local radio program about women, dignity, and the quiet strength required to survive betrayal. Her voice, calm and clear, echoed through the airwaves. "I didn't win anything," she said, "but I stopped losing myself. That was enough." Back in her small apartment, her son played with paper figures. The room was bright. A breeze carried in the smell of grilled bananas from the street vendor below. Out on the balcony, the jasmine petals fluttered. She watched them, not smiling, but not sad either, just breathing, just being. And the village, far away, caught between hills and old customs, continued on. The flowers bloomed, the gossip faded, the past remained, like footprints in drying mud, visible, but not eternal. She had walked out with old sandals. But she walked forward with something new. A truth no one could wash away. The security camera doesn't just catch burglars. It caught my heart breaking in a single kiss. Snow clung to the white painted window frames like it belonged there. Like it had always belonged. Ava used to think their house was a postcard come to life. Pine trees standing tall like guardians. The porch wrapped in Christmas lights year-round. A picket fence that had seen more squirrels than arguments. But lately, the silence between the walls had grown louder than the wind howling through the evergreens. From the outside, Ava and Emily were the picture of quiet happiness. Neighbors often waved with a smile that carried envy, seeing them hand in hand at weekend markets or kneeling side by side in the garden, brushing soil from each other's cheeks. They were that couple, The ones who always brought homemade scones to community events. The ones who laughed together too easily, forgave too quickly, the ones you thought would never fall apart. But snow is beautiful too, until it blinds you. Ava worked from home. Her days a calculated rhythm of shipments, inventory, and logistics data spread across a triple monitor setup. Her desk faced the back garden, where the frost painted white spirals across the glass like secrets trying to speak. Emily, meanwhile, was always in motion, teaching ballet at the elementary school, choreographing winter recitals, offering extra lessons. Her presence had grown elusive, like perfume that lingered longer than the person it came from. Lacey, their 8-year-old, adopted 5 years ago, had her own quiet world. She was small for her age, with curious eyes that seemed too old, too observant. She clutched her stuffed penguin the way other kids held tablets. There was something gentle about her silences, like she knew more than she should and had already decided it wasn't worth saying. It had started subtly. Emily's work hours stretched. She came home later, smelling faintly of unfamiliar cologne. Ava brushed it off at first. Schools were chaotic this time of year. She'd been tired too. Maybe they were both just distracted. But there were signs. The first time Ava suggested a weekend getaway, a remote cabin. No Wi-Fi, just them. Emily's lips curled into a polite smile that never reached her eyes. "Sounds nice," she said, voice drifting like fog. But the weekend came and went, unbooked and unspoken. A week later, Ava found Lacey sitting cross-legged on the bedroom floor, whispering to her doll. Her words were faint, but the sentence hit Ava like a dart through paper. "Mama Emily said not to tell Mama Ava about the purple car." That night, Ava stared at the ceiling until it turned to gray. Her chest felt tight, not like anger, not yet, just the growing sense that she was on the wrong side of a door slowly closing. The camera wasn't even meant for suspicion. Ava had installed it after a break-in on the next block, just a simple motion-activated camera facing the side yard. She almost forgot it existed, until the morning it sent her a low storage alert. She clicked through the feed out of habit. The timestamp was 6:12 p.m., well after Emily should have been at work. She didn't expect to see motion. She certainly didn't expect to see her wife. Emily stood by the lilac tree, hair damp from melted snow. She was bundled in her black wool coat, but not alone. Another woman was there, tall, brunette, scarf fluttering like a flag. Their figures were close, too close, when Emily reached out, fingers brushing the woman's jawline like memorizing it. Ava stopped breathing. The kiss was slow, not a mistake, not something one trips into. It was the kind of kiss you give when you think no one's watching. Ava's hand didn't shake. She expected it to, but it was her stomach that turned. Quietly, as if the betrayal had settled in with the snow, soft and slow and absolute. In the days that followed, Ava played it calm. She made pancakes, asked about Emily's rehearsals, tucked Lacey in and read her bedtime stories. But beneath her skin, something had fractured, a splinter of glass behind the smile. She began noticing more. How Emily's laughter now came with hesitation. How her hugs felt rehearsed. When Emily talked, her eyes didn't hold Ava's anymore. They wandered, to the clock, the window, anywhere else. Lacey became more withdrawn. One night, Ava found her in the living room, staring at the darkened window. "Are secrets bad?" she asked softly. Ava crouched beside her. "Why do you ask that, baby?" Lacey looked down, tracing the edge of her penguin's flipper. "Because Mama Emily says some secrets keep people safe. But I don't feel safe." Ava didn't answer. She couldn't. There was a lump in her throat that tasted like snowfall, bitter and clean. She watched Emily the next morning as she left for school. The same coat, the same lie. Ava almost said something, almost begged for honesty, but the words froze before they could form. How do you confront a person who still smiles at you like they mean it, even as their heart is elsewhere? The house felt colder these days. The heating was fine. It was something else, the kind of cold that seeps from the inside out. The kind that frost can't explain. And Ava knew. She knew something had already cracked. But the question that haunted her wasn't why. It was when it had all begun. Because once, they'd danced in the kitchen barefoot. Once, they'd promised to never be the kind of couple who faded. And now Emily's eyes held a softness not for her, but for someone else. Someone who kissed her like Ava never could see. Sometimes love dies loudly. In Ava's case, it died with the silence of snow falling at midnight. And a camera that never lied. The Amazon package went missing, but I recovered a truth that no one should have to face. It started with something mundane. A missing box, a click, a timestamp, and then a door to something darker. That morning, Ava had barely slept. Her body had been in bed, but her mind was adrift, circling Emily's cold kisses and Lacey's whispers like a hawk waiting for something to land. She woke up with the kind of ache that starts in the soul and spreads outward. Wearing her body like too tight clothing. The notification came mid-morning, an Amazon delivery, the red jacket for Lacey. Ava opened the door but found only snow and absence. At first, she assumed a driver mistake. But when she checked the app, it confirmed delivery, 1:22 p.m. porch. Ava's hand hovered over the security app. It wasn't paranoia now, it was necessity. It gave her an excuse to look again. To investigate, not her wife, just the package, that's what she told herself. The footage started normally, wind tugging at a hanging wreath. A squirrel darting across the porch rail. Then a figure appeared at the edge of the frame. Not in a uniform, no package in hand. It was a woman, and not just any woman. Not a stranger, not a thief. She walked up like she belonged, typed in the door code like she lived there, and disappeared inside. Ava didn't feel her breath leave. She didn't scream, her chest just folded in, slow and quiet, like snow falling on itself. She dragged the timeline ahead. The next camera, living room. Emily. Her coat hung open, her scarf was in her hand. And her eyes, they weren't Emily's anymore. They were someone else's, softer, lost, caught. The woman from outside stood by the fireplace. She didn't hesitate, neither did Emily. Their bodies moved toward each other in synchrony, as if a signal had been given, like dancers who'd long rehearsed this forbidden waltz. Then the kiss. Ava stared, silent. It wasn't the kiss that wrecked her. It was the comfort, the familiarity, the practiced ease of two people who had done this before, who didn't feel the need to rush or hide, who believed they were safe. Ava closed the laptop with slow precision. Her palms had gone clammy. Her jaw clenched so tightly that pain spread through her temples. She sat down on the kitchen floor, knees pulled to chest, like a child trying to vanish. She didn't cry. She couldn't. Her body was conserving itself for something more brutal. That evening, she tried to cook dinner. Pasta, something Lacey liked, but when she reached for the salt, her hand shook so badly the bottle clattered across the counter. Lacey padded into the room, hugging her penguin. "Mama Ava, are you cold?" "No," Ava whispered, eyes on the stove. "Just tired." But she wasn't tired, she was unraveling. Later that night, after Emily had said she needed to stay late at school again, Ava sat with Lacey on the couch. Her daughter's small body leaned into her side. Ava felt the warmth and the trust. And it nearly shattered her. "Hey, sweetheart," Ava said, her voice careful, almost too soft. "Do you remember who sometimes visits the house when Mama Ava is working or out?" Lacey stiffened slightly. Her hand clutched the penguin's flipper. "It's okay," Ava said quickly. "No one's in trouble. I just want to know if you ever feel scared or confused." Lacey's lips moved, but no sound came out at first. Then she turned her face toward the dark TV screen like she couldn't look her mother in the eye. "Sometimes the tall lady comes. She smells like mint gum. Mama Emily says it's our little secret." The room spun. "Do you like when she comes over?" Lacey was quiet for a long time. Finally, she whispered, "I'm scared if I tell. Mama Emily will go away. And I'll be left here alone." Ava felt something break then. Not just anger, not even heartbreak. It was guilt. She had been watching the cracks in her marriage form like frost patterns on glass. But while she was staring at Emily, she had missed how Lacey had been absorbing every vibration of tension. Every whisper behind closed doors. Every shift in tone. Now, the child didn't fear the truth. She feared abandonment. Ava bent down and pulled Lacey into her arms. The girl didn't resist. She was always so light, so easily held, so easily missed. "I'm not going anywhere," Ava said into her daughter's hair, voice trembling. "Even if everything else changes, I won't leave you." That night, Ava didn't sleep. She sat by the front window, watching snowfall under the orange glow of the porch light. She didn't know what to do yet. But the truth no longer lurked in shadows. It stood clearly in the middle of her home. And even in its coldness, it had given her something. Resolve. Not revenge. Not yet. But the understanding that pretending wasn't protection. It was permission. And Ava had just revoked it. "I didn't install more cameras. I just rewatched what I once skimmed over like it meant nothing." It started with a file name. Ava sat in the dark, only the pale light of her monitor casting shadows on her cheekbones. Snow whispered against the windows. Lacey was asleep. Emily was still at work, late. Again, the house was quiet, but her mind thrashed. The missing package had been the beginning. But it was only the most recent signpost on a road she hadn't wanted to admit she was walking. Tonight, she didn't want to look forward. She wanted to look back. So she opened the security folder on her external drive. Video files, organized by date and time, stretched back months. She had watched some of them before. Most were harmless. Squirrels, deliveries, Lacey playing in the yard. But she'd never really looked. Not like this. She scrubbed through recordings, frame by frame, her fingers trembling on the mouse. There, on a random Thursday in November, Emily's car pulled into the driveway at 2:13 p.m. Ava had assumed she was working at school. The next frame, the front door opened, and Emily stepped inside with her phone pressed to her ear. 14 minutes later, the neighbor, the same woman from the living room kiss, was walking down the street. No delivery bag, no purpose, just a casual stroll past their house. Head turned slightly to the porch, as if checking something. Coincidence. Once. But it wasn't once. Ava kept watching, over and over. She found it. Emily arriving home for short midday stops. 15, 20 minutes. And always, the woman passed by. Sometimes with a coffee cup. Sometimes alone, once with a small bag that disappeared after she left. The timestamps aligned too cleanly. The betrayal wasn't just in the present. It had been bleeding into their days for weeks, months. The backyard footage was harder to go through. The angle wasn't perfect, but there were glimpses. The porch light at odd hours. Movement through frost-covered glass. A blanket once, spread out on the back deck, where Ava had never seen him spend time. It was floral, pink and yellow, not something Ava had bought, not something she would have kept. Ava froze the frame. Emily, and the neighbor, sitting together, leaning into each other, laughing. Ava leaned back in her chair, hand covering her mouth. Her throat burned, but she didn't cry. Her tears had learned patience. She opened a notebook. Not a confrontation, not yet. She began writing, not facts, questions. Why her? Why that woman? The one who borrowed sugar from Ava last Christmas? Who let Lacey play with her golden retriever? Who once told Ava, "You and Emily are the reason I still believe in love"? Each line of ink carved a hole in Ava's chest. What did I miss? Was it in the way she lingered too long at our fence? Did she ever look me in the eye when she came over? Did Emily laugh differently when she spoke to her? She stared at the paper for a long time. What kind of person cheats with the woman next door? And what kind of person lets her daughter unknowingly witness it? The questions didn't soothe her, but writing kept her from screaming. The next day, Ava tried something. At breakfast, she stirred Lacey's oatmeal slowly and glanced at Emily over the rim of her coffee cup. "Did you see Dana yesterday?" she asked casually. Emily's spoon paused. "Dana? Our neighbor." A beat, then a sip of water. "Not really. Why?" She waved at me, said she hadn't seen us in a while. Emily's eyes narrowed just enough for Ava to notice. Then came the smile. Too calm, too placed. Maybe she's just being polite. Ava said nothing. Emily reached across the table to adjust Lacey's napkin. Anyway, let's not get paranoid. It's not good for Lacey to hear that kind of stuff. The temperature in the room didn't change. But Ava felt something in her freeze anyway. Not good for Lacey. She was using the daughter like a shield. The rest of the day passed in a daze. Ava cleaned a kitchen that didn't need cleaning. She walked around the block with Lacey twice. She smiled at Dana from across the yard and received a wave in return that was too cheerful. Too bright. That night, she wrote again. She talks to me like I'm the one who's sick. Like I'm breaking something fragile. But it's already broken, and she's the one who dropped it. And still, she said nothing, because she wasn't done watching. Because when betrayal is quiet, sometimes the only way to hear it is to listen harder. And Ava was listening. She wasn't a fool anymore. She was a woman waiting to catch the lie mid-breath. And she was getting closer. I didn't say a word. I just left a USB on the table. And a smile that had already died. It was snowing again the morning Ava packed. Not dramatically, just soft, persistent flakes falling like static, coating the world in quiet denial. She moved through the house as if she were just cleaning, folding clothes, sealing a box, unplugging a lamp. Nothing rushed, nothing angry. Emily was out, supposedly at a faculty meeting. Ava didn't ask for proof. She no longer needed it. She chose her items carefully. A week's worth of clothes for herself and Lacey. Important documents. Lacey's favorite books. The photo of the three of them at the pumpkin patch. One of the last times Ava remembered feeling real joy. The USB was small, black, innocuous. Ava placed it gently in the center of the coffee table, beside a folded piece of paper. Her handwriting was steady, measured. This is the truth. I don't need your explanation. There were no accusations, no farewell, just a final act of clarity. The file on the USB was short. A compilation, edited with a trembling hand but unwavering resolve. It included the footage from the living room kiss, the porch embraces, and the backyard picnic that wasn't innocent. Ava had trimmed it carefully, removing her voice, her presence. It wasn't about her, it was about the truth being seen, unmistakably. She didn't want revenge, she wanted freedom. By the time Emily returned, the house had changed. It still held furniture, the smell of coffee, Lacey's drawings on the fridge. But it didn't hold Ava. Emily called once. Ava declined. Then again, she silenced it. Then the messages. Where are you? Please talk to me, Ava. Please, we can explain this. It's not what it looks like. Come home, please. Ava blocked the number. She and Lacey were already checked into a quiet Airbnb near Horseshoe Bay. 1 bedroom, fireplace, close enough to the ocean that they could hear waves when the wind shifted. Lacey didn't ask questions. She just curled into Ava's side that night and whispered, "Is this our new home?" "For now," Ava answered, "but it'll be safe." The next storm came online. Ava hadn't shared the clip. She hadn't even planned to. But she had sent it to one person, her friend Claire. Someone from university who ran a private support forum for LGBTQ+ women dealing with betrayal or domestic heartbreak. Ava had asked her to keep it confidential. Claire promised. But somewhere in that thread, someone shared it. It ended up on a popular Reddit forum. Then Twitter. Then Facebook. The comments were fast and vicious. "She's kissing someone in broad daylight like no one's watching. Wasn't that woman a preschool teacher? Unbelievable. With her daughter probably in the house. Disgusting." Some users recognized the neighborhood. A few tagged the local school board. By morning, the clip had over 400,000 views. Emily's name was trending in local hashtags. So was Dana's. Ava didn't comment, didn't repost. She just watched it burn from a distance. She felt no pleasure, only a deep, still ache, not just because her wife had cheated, but because the woman she thought she loved was capable of that kind of silence. That kind of hypocrisy. Emily had always said, "We build our home every day. It's not made of walls, It's made of choices. Now Ava saw the rot had started years ago. Beneath the tiles, between the promises, another message slipped through, this time from a mutual friend. Emily's been put on leave. Dana too. Parents are furious. She's been trying to reach you. Ava didn't reply. Instead, she opened her notebook again. I didn't scream. I didn't throw plates. I didn't demand an apology. I just left. That was the scream. That was the broken glass. She thought of confronting Emily once, just once. Looking her in the eye and asking why. But what would it change? Ava had watched the betrayal in full color. She had heard Lacey whisper that she didn't feel safe. She didn't need more noise. Silence, wielded right, could be a scream. She tucked Lacey in that night with no weight in her chest. Just a quiet emptiness, like a room after the storm has passed. Windows cracked but still standing. The truth had spoken. It had torn open everything. But Ava had walked out before it buried her. I didn't win, but for the first time, I stopped letting myself lose. The sea air smelled different here. Ava stood on the porch of their new place. A weathered bungalow tucked on the edge of a small town near the coast. Salt lingered in every breath. There was no snow today, just wind. And the cry of distant gulls. She watched Lacey run barefoot in the yard. Chasing nothing, laughing. It had been 3 months. The headlines had faded. The messages had stopped. The clip had been buried under newer scandals. More viral heartbreaks. Emily had stopped trying. Or maybe she had run out of numbers to call from. Ava didn't keep track. Here, she worked from home again, her monitors set up in a sunlit corner of the living room. She brewed coffee every morning at 7 a.m., just like before. Only now there was 1 mug, not 2. The silence no longer screamed. Lacey had started at a new school. She made a friend named June. She called Ava to her room more often, just to talk. Some nights she still had trouble sleeping. Ava would sit by her bedside and rub small circles on her back until the tension faded. Healing didn't feel like triumph. It felt like breathing after being underwater for too long. One afternoon, Ava got an email from a woman named Carmen, the host of a growing podcast series titled, What We Leave Behind. She had seen the forum post. She knew Ava hadn't spoken publicly. She asked, gently, if Ava might consider joining one episode. Not to name names, just to share what it means to survive a betrayal from someone you once built a future with. Ava thought about it for a week. Then she said yes. They recorded the episode remotely. Ava sat by her window. Ocean breeze flickering the curtain. Her voice steady. She didn't tell the whole story. But she shared the truth that mattered. I didn't find out through violence. There was no screaming, no fists, no doors slamming. They didn't betray me with a knife. They did it with a kiss. A kiss exchanged right in the home we built. Right where our child played. Right where I thought I was safe. There was a pause. Carmen whispered, "That's going to stay with people." Ava didn't want it to go viral. She just wanted it to be real. That night, she turned off her phone and joined Lacey on the balcony. They sat with hot chocolate and mismatched socks, watching clouds drift across a pale moon. "Do you miss the old house?" Lacey asked quietly. Ava didn't answer right away. She looked out toward the dark water, listening to the tide. Lacey leaned against her leg. "Will we go back someday?" Ava touched her daughter's hair. "No, sweetheart, we're already home." Lacey blinked up at her. "Even though it's not the same?" Ava smiled. "Not the kind from before. Not the forced one. A new one. Small. Earned. Home isn't walls. It's wherever I can keep you safe in my arms." Lacey nodded, as if that answer was more than enough. Later that night, after she put her to bed, Ava stood at the window alone. The reflection staring back wasn't the woman who found the footage, or the woman who left a USB on a table, or the woman who wrote in a notebook to keep from screaming. This was a woman who chose herself. Not for revenge, not to win, but to stop losing. There were still quiet aches, songs she couldn't listen to, colors she avoided in stores. But they no longer controlled her. They passed through her like the wind off the sea. The past didn't vanish. It simply became a shadow that no longer decided her shape. And as the tide rolled in again, Ava whispered to no one, "We're okay, we're finally okay," and she meant it. We lived less than a wall apart. But the distance between our trust was as deep as the Bali Sea. Raka had never been a man of suspicion. He believed in tides, in kindness, in the warmth of familiarity. The sea taught him that. It was both unpredictable and loyal, crashing against the same rocks every day as if keeping a promise only it could understand. He was 34, a tour guide for visiting tourists who came to Bali in search of sunrises and healing. He took them to hidden beaches, whispered stories of the gods into the wind, and taught them how to float on waves like they were part of the ocean. Then he came home, to a room he shared with his wife Ayu in a rundown cluster of rental rooms lined like shoeboxes near the southern coast. Their room was small, functional, a mattress on a low wooden frame, a standing fan, ceramic tiles that stayed cool even in the peak of summer. The walls were thin, made of old plaster and bad decisions. You could hear everything: arguments, laughter, coughs, pots clanging, toilets flushing. Privacy was a myth here. Everyone knew it, no one complained. Ayu, his wife, worked at a spa nearby. She was gentle, reserved. Her laugh had a flicker in it, like something cautious. Like she'd been laughed at once and never forgot. They'd met 4 years ago. Her eyes had reminded him of the water before a storm, dark, mysterious, but honest. They didn't have much: a shared scooter, a beat-up rice cooker, a tiny altar to her ancestors near the window. But it was theirs. Raka had convinced himself that simplicity, if anchored in loyalty, was enough. At night, the sound of the sea would mix with the murmurs of the block. Sometimes someone sang karaoke, sometimes it was just the distant hiss of frying garlic. Other times, when the waves were still and the world unusually quiet, the noises from the room next door, his cousin Ardi's room, broke through with unsettling clarity. He told himself they were nothing. It's just how things sound when walls are made of air. The first time he noticed something was off. It was small, a pair of women's sandals outside Ardi's room. Brown straps, floral stitching, identical to Ayu's, but that didn't mean anything. Lots of women owned that brand. Maybe Ardi had a guest, a friend. Raka didn't knock. He didn't want to be that man. Then came the late-night showers. Ayu started bathing at midnight, sometimes 1 in the morning. The sound of water running wasn't new, but the timing was. When he asked, she said she felt sticky from work, needed to wash off the massage oils. Fair enough. The spa used thick, fragrant balms that clung to the skin. But the bathroom breaks stretched longer, and she started taking her phone in with her. She'd laugh, sometimes, whisper. He'd knock, she'd say, "Just scrolling through reels, nothing important." Raka believed her, not because the explanation made sense, but because he didn't want to carry the weight of doubting someone he loved. They fought sometimes, not often, money mostly. Tourism had been slow the past year. He worked hard, picked up extra bookings, sometimes took sunrise and sunset tours back to back. Ayu asked him once if he wanted to go back to his family in Java for a while, just to reset. He said no. This was home. This was where they were building something. But building what? He couldn't see the shape anymore. One evening, after a long day guiding German honeymooners through the Ubud rice terraces, he came back, exhausted and sunburned. The lights in their room were off. Ayu wasn't there. He figured she was still at the spa. But as he passed Ardi's door, he heard laughter, 2 voices. Ayu's was one of them. It was unmistakable. He didn't stop. He didn't eavesdrop. He kept walking. The tiles felt colder than usual under his feet. Later that night, she came back smelling faintly of curry and lemongrass. Said she'd eaten with coworkers. Smiled like always. Tired, but soft. He wanted to ask, but instead, he kissed her on the cheek and poured her water. Raka had a habit. Every morning, before leaving for a tour, he made 2 cups of coffee. 1 black, for him, 1 sweetened, for Ayu. It was a ritual, something grounding. But slowly, She stopped drinking hers, said it made her jittery, switched to tea, so he started making only 1 cup. The day he gave up that habit, he stood alone in the kitchen staring at the 2 mismatched mugs. He didn't cry, but something inside him sighed. It was around this time that he noticed Ayu stopped asking about his day. Her questions became automatic, her goodbyes shorter. She no longer kissed his shoulder when she passed behind him, no longer sat beside him during their evening meals. He told himself it was stress, work, the heat, anything, but stress doesn't smell like sandalwood and cologne. Some nights, the noises from Artie's room returned. Not laughter this time, something slower, rhythmic, intimate. Raka lay still, listening. He hated himself for listening, for wondering, for imagining things he couldn't see but could feel. Painfully, in his chest, the thin walls offered no secrets, only truths whispered too softly to confront. He still remembered the day he moved in. The landlady had joked, "This place is not for secrets. Pack Raka. If you sneeze, the neighbor blesses you. If you cry, the whole block knows." He'd laughed, thought it was charming. Now he wondered if everyone had known before him. Maybe they still did. He started walking by the beach more, even on days off, watching the fishermen, the stray dogs, the slow fade of sunlight into orange. He told himself he was just tired. He told himself he was imagining things. He told himself everything but the truth. Because if he said it out loud, even in his mind, it would become real. My wife might be cheating on me. With my cousin. In the room next door. Raka had always believed that love, once given, was a home, something you protect, something you don't burn down just because the lights flicker. But now he wasn't sure if he was in a home, or the ruins of one he hadn't realized collapsed. He still smiled, still worked, still told stories about sea spirits and moon rituals. But the sparkle in his voice dulled. He wasn't broken, but he was bending. And one more weight, just one, might snap something inside him for good. He didn't know that the weight was already there, waiting, quietly, on the other side of a paper-thin wall. I couldn't hear every word, but I heard enough to lose sleep. It was supposed to be an ordinary afternoon. The group tour had ended early due to sudden rain. Raka, soaked and a little grateful for the cancellation, returned home before sunset. The air smelled of wet sand and exhaust, and the pitter-patter of rain over the tin roofs offered a kind of music he hadn't heard in a while. As he turned the corner into the alley that led to the boarding house, he spotted something familiar. 2 pairs of sandals neatly placed outside his cousin Artie's room. One of them had brown straps with tiny floral etchings, the sole worn at the heel. He'd bought them for Ayu last year during a market trip in Ubud. She loved them, wore them nearly every day. Raka froze. It wasn't instinctual rage or cinematic heartbreak. Just stillness, confusion, like a part of him had stepped outside his body to observe quietly. Maybe, he reasoned, Ayu had lent the sandals to someone. Maybe she was dropping something off. Maybe, but then he heard it. A laugh, and then a voice that didn't need identifying. Ayu. Inside Artie's room, behind the wall that connected them. Talking, laughing in that slightly breathy, hushed way she used when she felt playful. Then came Artie's voice, deeper, closer. They weren't arguing, they weren't whispering in distress. They were comfortable. Raka stood for a full minute, pretending to adjust the strap of his backpack. Anyone watching would think he was just fumbling with something. But inside, he was grasping at something more fragile, clarity. He didn't knock, he didn't call her name. He simply turned and walked to his room, locked the door, and sat down on the edge of the bed, rainwater dripping from his sleeves onto the tiled floor. That night, he couldn't sleep. The storm had passed, but his thoughts stayed turbulent. Every squeak of the floorboard next door, every creak of furniture, became a dialogue in his head. He imagined scenarios, confrontations, denials, slaps, shouting, but none of it came. The silence of reality was crueler than anything he could invent. Around 2 a.m., he picked up Ayu's phone while she was in the bathroom. His hands trembled. He hated himself for doing it. He searched quickly, messages, recent calls, photo galleries, nothing. Clean, almost too clean. He placed it back before she came out. She didn't notice. Later that week, he tried again. This time he checked her phone while she was massaging oil into her legs by the window. Still nothing. No evidence. Just work chats, group conversations, cooking recipes. That only made it worse. What hurt Raka most wasn't just the possibility of betrayal. It was the sheer normalcy of her behavior. She wasn't acting like someone caught in a lie. She kissed him goodbye in the morning, sent him photos of her lunch, asked if he wanted dessert from the warung near the spa. But the sandals had been there. And the laugh was hers. He tried to explain it away in his own head. Maybe she stopped by to talk to Ardi. Maybe Ardi had a friend over, and she just dropped something off. Maybe it was innocent. Maybe she just wanted a change of scenery. A better mirror, a stronger fan. But mirrors don't make people laugh like that. And fans don't close doors behind you. One morning, he asked her casually, "Did you see Ardi recently?" She paused. Not really. Why?" He smiled, shrugged. "Just thought I heard you two talking the other day." Ayu's face didn't flinch. "Oh, that, yeah, I dropped off his charger. He said his stopped working." Smooth. Almost rehearsed. Raka nodded, said nothing more, but the explanation sat in his chest like a fishbone he couldn't swallow. Days passed like water slipping through fingers. His world remained intact on the outside, but everything internal was cracking. Raka started noticing small things. Ayu spending longer in the bathroom, her scent shifting, less of the jasmine oil he was used to. More sandalwood, more musk. One evening, Ayu was taking a shower. Her phone was on silent, left on the pillow. Raka stared at it for 10 minutes, debating. He picked it up. Still nothing. But this time, he noticed a recently deleted folder in the photo gallery. It was empty. Completely. He put the phone back. That night, she curled up next to him like always, pressed her face into his back. He didn't move. His eyes remained open, tracing the ceiling fan's slow rotations. He wanted to believe her, but belief was becoming a form of self-abuse. When you start questioning what you see with your own eyes, just to protect what you feel, you begin to rot from the inside. And Raka was rotting, silently. No confrontation, no breakdown, just quiet decay, like wood eaten by salt and time. That night, as the waves crashed distantly against the rocks, Raka whispered to no one, "She's slipping away, and I don't know if I want to pull her back or let her fall." I didn't need a private investigator. I just had to listen, and eventually, the whole boarding house spoke for me. Raka stopped sleeping properly. His body lay down, but his mind never followed. Doubt had become his mattress. Silence, his blanket. He moved like a man haunted, not by ghosts, but by the near certainty that the life he thought he had was only true in his head. One morning, while Ayu was at work, he placed a tiny, motion-activated camera above the kitchen doorframe. It was cheap and discreet, hidden inside a repurposed incense box. He felt sick doing it. Dirty, but not as dirty as being lied to. He didn't check it for a week. When he finally did, he watched the footage in small chunks, cataloging her movements. Monday, home alone. Tuesday, out from 2:12 p.m. to 3:37 p.m. Wednesday, gone again. This time 1:45 p.m. to 3:20 p.m. The timestamps repeated. Same windows, different days, and always, Ardi would be seen passing by during that window, sometimes entering his room, sometimes lingering by the shared corridor. Ayu never said she was going anywhere those afternoons. When Raka asked, she'd say, "I was doing laundry," or "I stopped by the market," or "just needed a walk." But the market was in the other direction. He started writing things down. Notes on scrap paper. Names, times, smells, a catalogue of cracks. At night, he would sit with his back to the thin wall and close his eyes. Sometimes, it was music. Other times, it was laughter. Once, it was a thump. Then silence. Then a low hum like a voice pressed too close to her neck. He couldn't prove anything yet. But proof no longer felt necessary. One afternoon, he stayed home, called in sick, sat quietly, door locked, fan off, every sound became magnified. At 2:07 p.m., he heard the soft creak of Ardy's door. At 2:11 p.m., the click of Ayu's sandals. He closed his eyes. At 2:19 p.m., a laugh. Not loud, but hers. At 3:32 p.m., the sandals returned. That night, Ayu said her spa shift had gone long, that she was tired, that she wanted soup. Raka nodded, made the soup, didn't speak, didn't eat. He didn't need a fight. He needed air. The next day, he took a different approach. Not technology, not walls, people. There was a retired woman, Bu Shri, who had lived at the end of the corridor for over 20 years. Kind eyes, always wore loose floral blouses. She used to give Raka rice cakes as a boy. He brought her bananas and asked how she was. After some pleasantries, he asked, casually, "Have you seen Ayu around much these days?" The old woman looked at him for a beat too long. "Why do you ask?" He smiled, just wondering. She hesitated, then sighed. "Raka, this place has ears. Walls made of old paper. We all know what goes on. We've known for a while." He blinked. "Known what? You're not stupid, son. You've just been trying not to see it." She didn't elaborate, didn't need to. Another neighbor, a young man named Dino, said in passing. "Man, I thought you knew. She's always over there. We just assumed it was open or something." Open. Raka wanted to laugh. Instead, he thanked him and walked away. The worst betrayal wasn't just Ayu's. It was realizing he had become the last to know. That while he tried to protect her dignity, while he tied himself in knots to avoid suspicion, everyone else had already moved past the question of if. Now they were just watching him, pitying him. That night, he replayed conversations in his head. Clipped memories. That time she said she needed space. That time she wore makeup at home when he wasn't going out with her. That one evening she smiled at a message and locked her screen before he could glance. He remembered the name she used to mention, Rani, a co-worker at the spa. She had said Rani needed help moving, that she was visiting Rani's place. He had even offered to drive her once. But she said no. He thought of that, pulled up Rani's name in Ayu's contacts. There were messages, sure, but short ones, sparse. Then he realized something chilling. Rani had been Ayu's excuse. But she hadn't posted anything for months. He searched for her account online. Found it. She was in Jakarta now. Had moved months ago. Ayu had lied, not just once, systematically. He didn't confront her that night. Or the night after. He watched her sleep, counted the rise and fall of her breath. Wondered if guilt made her breathe faster. Or slower. He no longer needed to shout. Or throw things. Or even cry. Because now he knew. And now the question wasn't, is she cheating? It was, how long has she been treating me like a fool? By the end of that week, Raka stopped writing notes. He no longer needed to prove anything to himself. The only thing left was to decide when to stop pretending he didn't know. And how, exactly, he wanted the pretending to end. I didn't knock, I just stood outside, and let them slip in their own mess. It was a Wednesday. The sun had already dipped low over the rooftops, casting a muted orange across the corridor walls. Raka had ended his tour earlier than expected. He told no one he was coming home. Not Ayu, not Ardy, especially not them. As he parked his scooter quietly, his footsteps fell softer than usual. The boarding house smelled like burnt shallots and clove cigarettes. It was oddly still, no karaoke, no TV blaring, just the sound of someone humming behind a closed door. A familiar tone, faint, female. Ardy's door. It wasn't locked. Raka didn't touch the knob at first. He just stood there, listening. There were muffled giggles, water dripping in a bathroom, then the unmistakable creak of a bed frame shifting under weight. Two shadows moved behind the curtain. He didn't brace himself. He didn't prepare for a scene. He pushed the door gently. It opened. RD stood shirtless, frozen, as if someone had cut power to his entire system. His eyes widened, not with guilt, but with fear, the kind of fear that knows the damage is already done. And his Ayu, stood behind him in nothing but a damp towel. Hair wet, eyes rimmed in eyeliner she no longer wore for Raka. Her mouth parted, unsure if she should speak or hide. She chose neither, she just stared. Raka didn't yell, didn't break anything, he didn't ask why. He looked once, then turned, and walked out. The entire confrontation lasted less than a minute. But time had nothing to do with it. Some truths arrive without drama. They settle into your bones before they ever reach your ears. He walked to his room, picked up his backpack, the same one he used for tours, and placed his documents inside. His passport, his ID, a small envelope containing a legal copy of the boarding house property deed, the one he had planned to co-invest in with Ayu. Something he now saw as a sad joke. Then came the footsteps, barefoot, fast. Aku bisa jelasin. Ayu's voice cracked. I can explain. Raka didn't stop folding his shirt. I didn't plan it like this. Raka, it just happened. We were alone a lot. And you were always busy. He looked up. Her face was streaked with tears. Real ones. But not all real tears are innocent. I didn't mean to hurt you. She whispered. You didn't mean to get caught. He said, calm, detached. RD appeared behind her, wearing his shirt now, but shame cannot be hidden by fabric. I thought you were family. Raka said, not to him, but to the air. I trusted you both more than I trusted my own doubts. RD opened his mouth, then closed it, like a man drowning and realizing there's no point screaming. Raka zipped his bag, walked past them without a final glance. No theatrics, no insults. Ayu called after him again. Please don't leave like this. You can't just disappear. He paused at the threshold. I already did, he said, you just never noticed. And he left. No neighbors peeked out, but he knew they heard it all. The corridor had always listened. That night, Raka checked into a cheap hostel on the other side of town. No windows, no ocean breeze, just 4 cement walls and silence he could finally own. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling fan. He felt nothing, no anger, no heartbreak, not even betrayal, just relief. Because the worst part wasn't the moment he walked in. It was every moment before, when he had to pretend not to know. And now he didn't have to pretend anymore. 2 years later, I came back, they were still there, but this time, I owned the place. Java had no ocean, but it had silence, and that was all Raka needed. After leaving Bali, he disappeared into the folds of a quieter life, working for a small ecotourism company in the mountains, guiding visitors through volcanic trails and jungle paths. No more couples, no more sea, no more ghosts that whispered through thin walls at night. He deleted his old social media accounts, changed his number, lived lean and quiet. If anyone from the boarding house tried to find him, they'd find nothing but shadows. But every night, as he lay beneath his mosquito net and stared at the timber beams overhead, a single image returned: Ayu's damp hair, RD's downcast eyes, that unlocked door. The wound didn't bleed anymore, but it never healed, so he made a decision. He began saving, every commission, every bonus, every cent from private guiding gigs. He took short contracts for more pay and longer hours. He didn't need comfort, he needed closure, and when he was ready, he returned to Bali, quietly, under a new name, through a proxy investor. It took months of negotiation, paperwork, and watching from afar, but eventually, he did it. He bought the boarding house. All of it, the same row of sun-faded doors, the same narrow alley, the same scent of fried rice and sea breeze. The same peeling walls and whisper-thin partitions that had once carried laughter and betrayal to his ears. But now, it was his. He didn't renovate it, not fully. He left the cracks, the chipped tiles, the weak hinges, because they were honest. He let the current tenants stay. But all new leases went through a management company he controlled from behind the scenes. Raka never showed his face. He didn't need to. Ayu and Ardi were still there. They had changed names, rented under aliases, perhaps thinking anonymity would protect them. But he recognized the handwriting on the rental form. Ayu still curled her A's the same way. They lived in the same unit. The one next to the one that used to be his. Poetic. Really, he didn't evict them, that would be too loud. Instead, he slowly raised their rent, only theirs. Imposed stricter terms, limited their utilities, installed curfews, requested property inspections during inconvenient hours. No warnings, just policies, just the kind of policies they couldn't argue with without exposing who they really were. The corridor remained quiet, no one suspected a thing. Raka never walked past the door, never showed up for inspections. He operated everything through a staff member, a young, overly polite manager who carried out instructions without question. But he imagined them, each time a new memo arrived. Reading it, wondering, feeling the pressure, day by day. Ayu probably knew, eventually, she had always been clever. But Ardi, he had always relied on luck. One day, the manager informed Raka that the tenants of Unit 3, Ayu and Ardi, had asked about transferring to a different property. Preferably one farther away. The tone of the email was neutral. But Raka read between every line. They were suffocating, just like he once did. He approved the transfer without delay. Didn't charge a cancellation fee. Didn't even say goodbye. The night after they left, Raka returned to the boarding house for the first time in person. It was just past midnight. The moon cast long shadows across the corridor. He walked slowly, touching the door frames, counting them. When he reached the wall, the one that had once separated his room from Ardi's, he placed his hand against it. Thin as always, but it no longer mattered. He no longer lived there. He owned it. Raka didn't smile, he didn't cry, he just stood for a moment, breathing in the sea air that once carried their lies. It smelled like salt and memory. He whispered to no one, "I don't need him to apologize." His hand pressed flat to the wall. "I just need him to know, this wall belongs to me now." He didn't betray me with another woman. He betrayed me with the part of himself he kept hidden his entire life. Grace lived in a house that looked like it belonged in a painting. A brick cottage tucked away in the quiet suburban folds of southwest London. Ivy climbed the chimney, the windows were dressed in lace. And inside, the warmth of a vintage fireplace met the scent of fresh lavender polish. It was the kind of home people imagined when they said ideal family life. She was 38, a freelance interior designer with a love for symmetry and muted palettes. Her home was her canvas. The furniture was curated with care, nothing loud, everything purposeful. 2 velvet armchairs flanked the fireplace. A grandfather clock ticked rhythmically in the corner. Sunday roasts were sacred. Her children's laughter often echoed through the hallways, softening the silence like sugar in tea. Her husband, Thomas, was the quiet sort, thoughtful, dependable, a project manager at a mid-sized architectural firm. He never raised his voice, rarely missed a parent-teacher conference, and always folded his socks in neat little rolls. Grace believed in him the way people believe in bridges, they may creak in the wind. But they never fall, or so she thought. Their life was not glamorous, but it had the kind of elegance Grace had always dreamed of. When she married Thomas, she imagined them growing old in that very house, arguing over crossword puzzles, sipping tea on cold mornings, surrounded by photos of grandchildren. That was the future she painted, stroke by stroke, each year anchoring the illusion further. But illusions have cracks. It began with something so ordinary it almost passed unnoticed. A distance, not physical, but something more elusive. Thomas had started avoiding intimacy. At first, he blamed work stress, budget cuts, a difficult client, deadlines. Grace believed him. She rubbed his shoulders while he stared into the fire. She made his favorite stews. She offered space. But space became silence. And silence, she learned, can be deafening. They stopped kissing goodnight. Conversations became functional, schedules, bills, the children's appointments. When she tried to initiate closeness, He responded with a tight smile and a distant gaze. She asked once, softly, "Are you okay?" "Just tired," he replied, eyes on his phone. He started working late more often. His phone, once left casually on the kitchen counter, was now always in his pocket. Locked, notifications turned off. Grace didn't want to be the suspicious wife. That wasn't her. She believed in privacy, in trust, but the seed had been planted. One evening, as he showered, she picked up his phone. The lock screen demanded a code. She tried his birthday. It failed. Her birthday, no luck. Their wedding anniversary, still wrong. That night, she didn't sleep. It was easy to brush it off. He's just stressed. Men are like that sometimes. It's a phase. Maybe he's ashamed of burnout or professional failure. Maybe he doesn't want to burden her. But then came the glance. Their neighbor, Simon, had just moved in 2 doors down. Divorced, early 40s, the sort of man who wore knit sweaters in spring and always had jazz playing in the background. He waved to Grace every morning while watering his plants. Nothing unusual, until Thomas started waving back. And not just waving, watching. Their conversations grew oddly animated. Quick glances turned into longer ones. Smiles lingered too long. Grace noticed, but said nothing. What could she say? One afternoon, Grace returned early from a client meeting. She heard hushed voices in the living room. Thomas and Simon were laughing. Nothing overt, nothing scandalous, but the tone felt intimate. Too soft, too private. When she entered, both men looked up too quickly. Thomas coughed and stood, as if startled. Simon smiled politely and excused himself. Grace asked, what was he doing here? Thomas said, just borrowing the drill. That evening, he deleted messages from his phone. Grace saw it. The reflection in the hallway mirror caught the flick of his finger swiping conversations into the void. Who was that? She asked from the doorway. Work chat, just clearing clutter. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. It stopped halfway, like a light bulb dimming mid-flicker. Grace nodded. She didn't push, because a part of her didn't want the answer. Because some truths, once spoken, can never be unheard. That night, she sat by the fire long after everyone had gone to bed. She looked around her perfect house, the curated furniture, the scented candles, the framed family photos, and felt like a stranger in her own life. The perfection she had designed, the home she had shaped, now felt like a museum of something long dead. Still, she lit the candles. Still, she made Sunday roast. Still, she tucked the children in and folded Thomas's shirts. Because sometimes, we maintain the illusion not out of denial, but out of duty. And Grace was dutiful, loyal, steady, but beneath her calm surface, something had begun to stir. A question she couldn't silence. Not, is he cheating? But, why does this feel like the end of something I didn't even know had begun? And as the fireplace crackled beside her velvet armchair, she whispered the words to herself, tasting their quiet devastation. I think I'm losing someone who was never truly mine to begin with. Grace had forgiven him, but the forgiveness sat on her chest like a stone that never lifted. Not even in sleep, especially not in sleep. There was a silence between them that had learned how to smile. Thomas would kiss her on the cheek when he left for work. Grace would wave from the front step, wearing the same warm expression she'd always worn. But inside, there was a draft in her soul, like a window left cracked in the dead of winter. And she kept coming back to that message. I wish you could hold me tonight like before. It was the way the words were chosen. Intimate, yearning, not lustful, but familiar, the kind of sentence you wrote when the affair wasn't just physical. She never asked him again. Not directly. What would she even say? That she had seen one line of a conversation she was never meant to witness. That she was starting to recognize the cologne worn by their neighbor 2 doors down. Grace started paying attention differently. She watched Thomas when he interacted with people. She noticed how his posture stiffened when Robert, the neighbor, came by to borrow hedge clippers. She noted the subtle tension in Thomas's jaw, the way his hand hovered near his pocket as if guarding his phone. The irony wasn't lost on her. She had forgiven him for a woman he never named. And yet it might have never been a woman at all. One evening, she hosted a small dinner for their circle of neighbors. The fireplace glowed softly, the food was warm and familiar, and laughter filled the room like fog over the Thames. Robert was there. He sat directly across from Thomas. And that's when she saw it. Not a touch, not even a word, but a glance, a tiny flicker that passed between them when no one else was looking. It was the kind of glance you only recognized if you knew what betrayal looked like from the inside out. After everyone had left, and the children were tucked in, Grace sat on the edge of the tub while Thomas brushed his teeth. "You never told me who she was," she said, her voice casual, like commenting on the weather. He paused, spat into the sink. "Does it matter?" he said, not turning around. "It matters now." Still, he didn't face her. "Why are we digging this up again?" Grace stood, walked to the door, but before she left, she added, "Because you buried it in shallow ground." She didn't sleep that night. Instead, she opened her laptop and began drafting the first episode of a podcast. She called it, Grace Notes, What Forgiveness Leaves Behind. The first episode was raw, unfiltered. She didn't name Thomas. She didn't even say what he did. She just spoke of what it meant to live beside someone you once trusted. And how forgiveness wasn't an eraser, just a highlighter in a darker shade. She uploaded it, closed the laptop, and went to make breakfast as if nothing had changed. But everything was changing. Grace just hadn't told him yet. She had forgiven Thomas, but now Grace was haunted by a question that refused to die. Who had she forgiven? The message from L never left her mind. And now, every glance, every late-night excuse, every awkward silence when Robert walked past their garden gate began to echo louder. But it wasn't Robert. It was Simon. Simon, the quiet man who lived just beyond the hedge. The one who smiled politely and waved from his kitchen window every morning as Grace poured her tea. The same Simon who offered to fix their front fence when the windstorm blew it over last spring. The man whose laughter was soft but whose eyes never quite met hers. She had thought Thomas's affair was behind them, with a nameless woman. A passing sin, but this was different. This was intimate, rooted, and familiar in a way that made her feel like a guest in her own marriage. Grace didn't scream, she didn't confront, she did what years of betrayal taught women like her to do, observe. Late one night, while Thomas was in the shower, she took his phone from the nightstand. Her fingers trembled. The passcode hadn't changed. She scrolled. Nothing. Then, she found the Vault app, a disguised folder of innocuous appearance. But once opened, it told another story. Screenshots of conversations, photos. Some were of Thomas, some were of Simon, some were of them together. And it was the captions beneath the photos that finally broke something in Grace. "Miss this. You made today bearable. Counting the hours until next time." She placed the phone down gently, like a piece of china she no longer had use for. She walked to the bathroom, looked at herself in the mirror, and whispered, "Now I know." The next day, she planted a tracking app on his phone. It synced to her tablet. She never opened it in front of him. She barely looked at him at all. A week later, Thomas said he had an evening work meeting. Grace nodded. Of course. When the notification buzzed, she opened the app. His location, Simon's driveway. He didn't even park discreetly. That night, she didn't sleep, she didn't cry, she listened to their old vinyls, sipping red wine, one glass after another until the edges of the pane blurred. She remembered the woman, Allison, the colleague, who had once sent Thomas a selfie on a Sunday morning. Grace had let herself believe that Allison was the woman. It had made sense. It had made the betrayal easier to categorize. But now, she understood. Allison was a decoy, a smokescreen, a female name to give to a wife, just in case she ever asked. Thomas had always planned this. Not the affair itself, but the deception, the illusion of a straight man's mistake, palatable to a society that forgives a husband who slips with a woman. But how does a wife process being the beard? How does she mourn a marriage when the lie wasn't just about who he loved, but who he truly was? Grace sat in her study the next morning, the sunlight dull through the frosted windows. She recorded her second podcast episode. "There are betrayals that break your heart," she said softly, "and then there are those that rewrite your entire history." She spoke not just of the affair, but of the years she had spent creating a home, a life, a version of truth that was never real. Her voice cracked once, when she said, "The hardest part is realizing he didn't cheat on me. He simply chose to be honest with someone else." She ended the episode in silence. Just a long, quiet fade, the same kind of silence she now lived in. And in that silence, Grace began to plan not revenge, but revelation. Truth, she decided, would not be served with fire. It would be served with light. Grace waited until the children were asleep and the house quieted into its usual evening hum, a low creak from the old pipes. The gentle crackle of the fire. The whisper of wind brushing against the narrow windows. She had lit the fire herself. Something Thomas usually did, but tonight, she wanted the room warm in her own way. The flames glowed low and steady in the hearth, casting soft orange shadows across the velvet arms of the wingback chairs. Thomas came in from the kitchen with a cup of tea, his routine as rehearsed as always. But when he saw her sitting upright with a folder in her lap, something in his gait faltered. "Can we talk?" Grace asked, her voice level. Thomas hesitated, then nodded and sat opposite her. The table between them, the silence was absolute. Even the fire seemed to hush. She slid the folder across the table. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a printed thread of messages. His messages. To Simon. Thomas stared, then slowly picked it up. She didn't speak. She waited. His shoulders fell. His hand clenched the page just slightly at the corner. "I never meant for it to happen like this," he said. Grace tilted her head. "Like what?" "Like me hurting you. Me hiding. You didn't just hurt me, Thomas. You rewrote our marriage like a script only you knew the ending of." He looked up, eyes wet but not yet crying. "I didn't cheat to find someone new. I cheated to find the part of me I had to kill to be yours." That broke something inside her. Not a crash, not even a crack, just a hollow echo. She folded her hands in her lap. "So you were never really mine. That's not fair. I loved you, I still do, but not in the way I loved you," she said, "and now that I know, I can't unknow." Thomas dropped his head into his hands. A sob escaped him, low and guttural. Grace stood up and walked to the fireplace. She didn't look back when she asked, "If I had known years ago, would I have ever had a choice?" Thomas didn't answer, and in his silence, Grace finally found hers. She turned and left the room. Not storming out, not collapsing, just leaving. Later that night, she recorded her third podcast episode. "We always ask why they lied," she said quietly, "but we rarely ask why they never trusted us with the truth." That episode went viral, not because it was dramatic, but because every word felt like it had been lived by someone else. Somewhere else, in some quiet room filled with ghosts and velvet chairs. Grace didn't name him. She didn't need to. Truth, she had learned, carries its own name, and it echoes. Grace signed the papers without ceremony. No lawyers breathing fire across polished oak tables. No shouting in courthouses, just two people at a kitchen counter. Initials scribbled beside paragraphs written by others. Ending something they'd built without ever truly knowing what it was. The house remained hers, though it didn't feel like it anymore. The velvet chairs, the old piano Thomas once tried to learn, the dent in the hallway from where he dropped their first crib frame. It was all memory now. Not hers, just echoes. He moved out the next morning. No suitcase, just a backpack. He said goodbye to the children with a practiced warmth, promising weekends and park days and all the rituals that divorced fathers attempt to turn into scaffolding. Grace watched from the window, unseen, unblinking, not angry, not anymore, just aware. She didn't change the locks, didn't burn the photos. Instead, she ordered a microphone. 3 weeks later, her podcast launched. Not the woman he needed, She didn't shout, she didn't accuse, she told stories, not just hers, but fragments she gathered from messages listeners sent her, women who'd married men hiding from themselves. Men who loved but never lived truthfully. People who stayed too long in narratives they didn't write. Her first few episodes trickled into the void. Then, in a quiet surge, they caught fire. Thousands listened, then millions. She was invited to speak on BBC Radio. Her Spotify Wrapped for the year placed her in the top 1% of most followed new creators. But what stayed with her weren't the charts. It was the handwritten letter she received from a 67-year-old woman in Sussex. "Your voice gave me permission to grieve a marriage that never existed." Grace read that letter aloud in episode 10. She cried, not for herself, but for all the women who were told that silence was strength. That endurance was virtue. She didn't date, not yet. Her world wasn't a wound. It was a renovation site. The kids adjusted faster than she expected. Maybe because she never painted Thomas as the villain. Maybe because, in some twisted way, children always knew what adults pretend not to. She spoke kindly of their father. She allowed his name to be said at the table. But in private, on her velvet chair by the fire, she peeled back her own layers. That December, on a day powdered with London snow, she received a message from Thomas. It simply read, "I wish I'd told you earlier, but I was too afraid to lose what we had, even if it wasn't real." She stared at the message for a long while, then closed her phone. That night, she recorded one final monologue before the holidays. "I didn't lose a husband. I lost 12 years of reading a story I was never allowed to choose." She paused. But maybe that's what survival looks like. Not burning it all down, but planting something new in the ashes. The fire beside her crackled. And for the first time in years, she didn't feel cold. She felt hers. Her story, her name, her ending. She taught yoga every evening. But in the end, the only chakra that opened was my own heart, split wide by a truth I never expected. My name is Haruki. I'm 42 years old. A teacher of fine arts at a modest high school in Kyoto. My days were filled with the smell of charcoal pencil, the scrape of brush against rice paper, and the quiet joy of guiding students to find form where there was once only blankness. I lived in a house my grandfather built, wooden beams, sliding shoji doors, a small garden of raked gravel, and a pond where two koi circled each other endlessly. My wife, Mika, 36, was the kind of woman who seemed born into stillness. She moved like silk across tatami mats, spoke in measured tones, and never raised her voice. A certified yoga instructor, she had transformed the spare room into a studio where she taught private sessions. For years, it was a gentle rhythm, my work during the day, her sessions in the evening, and shared dinners under the dim lantern light. 3 months ago, a new rhythm entered our home. Her name was Yuki. Yuki was a recent arrival to our neighborhood, a widow. They said, younger than most assumed, with a soft voice and sharper eyes. She rented the old wooden house next to ours. And within weeks, she and Mika had become inseparable. Mika offered to teach her yoga as a form of grief therapy. I thought it noble. Mika always had a soft spot for broken things. Their sessions became nightly, always around 6. Always with the studio door closed. And then, locked. I didn't question it at first. In Kyoto, privacy is a custom, not a suspicion. But things shifted. Mika began burning sandalwood incense with such intensity that its scent lingered even in our bedroom. She played Indian ragas, slow, haunting melodies filled with sitar and tabla, songs more suitable for trance than stretching. Once, I returned home early and found her in the hallway, startled, her kimono misaligned, a sheen of sweat on her collarbone. She laughed it off. We were doing hot yoga. Very intense. I smiled. Of course. But something felt off, like watching a calligraphy piece that's beautiful, but slightly unbalanced. Mika, for all her calm, became more evasive. I noticed how her phone stayed face down. She silenced it with a practiced flick. She took longer showers. Her answers to simple questions stretched. became softer around the edges, filled with more words but fewer truths. I once joked at dinner, "So, did you and Yuki ascend to the 7th chakra today?" She smiled, but didn't laugh. Then there was the music. Low and rhythmic, it pulsed through the walls during their sessions. Not the usual instructional calm of yoga, but something intimate, earthier. I couldn't place it, but my body reacted before my mind could name it. A quiet discomfort, like realizing the water in your tea has gone cold only after you've swallowed it. I started spending more time by the koi pond during those hours. Listening, not eavesdropping, just hearing, the occasional giggle, a whisper, once, a moan, brief, almost masked by the sitar. I told myself stories. They're grieving together, they're healing. Women bond differently, but the stories began to collapse under their own weight, like a painting ruined by too many brushstrokes. There was a night, late October, when Mika returned to the house much later than usual. Her eyes were glassy, her cheeks flushed. She kissed me on the forehead, not the lips, and said she was going to bed early. I stayed in the kitchen, staring at my untouched cup of matcha, feeling like a ghost haunting his own life. Our dinners became quieter, the silences more pronounced, yet I didn't confront her, not because I lacked the courage, but because I feared the answer. What would I say? Are you in love with our neighbor? What if she said yes? What if she said no, but looked away when she did? In Kyoto, we learn to respect space. In relationships, in conversation, in sorrow, but some spaces grow too wide, too quiet. I began to feel like a stranger in my own home, walking barefoot on floors that no longer knew me. She still cooked miso soup the way I liked, still folded my clothes with precision, still asked about my students. But all of it felt performed, like a tea ceremony hosted for a guest who no longer wanted to drink. Then came the final straw, though I didn't know it then. Mika bought new candles, thick, red ones with patterns etched into their wax. She lit them only during her sessions with Yuki. I asked, casually, where she found them. "They're sacred, for energy work," she said. "Energy work?" "Yes, Tantra. It's deeper than yoga." She looked at me then, for a moment too long. I nodded. In my art studio that night, I drew a koi leaping from water, escaping a net made of hands. I didn't know what it meant, only that I couldn't sleep. That was when I began watching. Not obsessively, just observing, taking note of the rhythm she claimed was peace, and realizing it was hiding something else entirely. What she didn't know was that our home, built by my grandfather, had secrets of its own, including a small camera tucked high on the beam near the ceiling of the hallway. It wasn't modern surveillance. It was old, analog, a leftover from years ago when I documented my renovation work. I hadn't touched the device in ages. But now, I wondered, what had it seen? I retrieved the old memory card. And the world I thought I lived in would soon end, not with a scream, but with a silent press of play. People say feminine energy finds its match easily, but how aligned do two souls have to be? To spend 2 hours tangled on a mat with the door locked. It started with a mistake. Not theirs, mine. I was sorting through my old tech drawer, looking for a spare USB to share some lesson plans. A small SD card, dusty and unmarked, tumbled onto the floor. I remembered then, it belonged to the analog camera I used years ago to record my virtual art tutorials. The camera had long been shelved, half forgotten, but the card still held something. Curious, I slotted it into my laptop. And then I stopped breathing. The first few files were exactly what I expected, me explaining brush techniques, showing students how to layer ink. Then, suddenly, the file names changed, timestamps that didn't match my sessions. Short clips, 30 minutes, 50, 1 over an hour and a half. I clicked. The angle was odd, mounted from the ceiling beam. Wide view of the spare room. Mika's studio. The room was dimly lit. Candles burned low in corners. Incense curled toward the ceiling. 2 mats lay side by side. And then, Mika and Yuki. They weren't meditating. They weren't stretching. The movements were slow, deliberate, intimate, hands tracing skin, lips pressing temples, breaths in sync, and then, more, they undressed each other with reverence. Not haste, bodies folding, pressing, merging, not in lust, but in what they whispered was union. Beloved, Mika whispered in a voice I didn't know she owned. The energy is perfect tonight. Yuki said, you're glowing. They spoke of chakras, of heart lines, of a journey beyond the flesh. They said they were healing, that this was sacred, that no one else would understand. I understood enough. I closed the laptop. It wasn't rage I felt. Not betrayal, just a vacuum, like all the air in the room had fled, leaving behind only static. I went to the garden, sat beside the koi pond, and watched the fish swim in endless circles. I tried to match their rhythm, their unthinking calm. My chest ached like a bruise pressed too hard. Memories flashed without order. Our wedding. The night we moved into this house. The first time Mika cried in my arms after her mother passed. I thought of the meals I cooked when she came home tired. Of the haiku she once wrote about my laugh. I thought of how she still folded my socks together, even when angry. And now, I had watched her love. But not me. I didn't storm inside. I didn't confront her. I let the koi pass. I let the candles burn themselves down in my mind. I let the silence do what it always did in Kyoto, soak everything. Then settle. Later that night, Mika came to bed smelling of sandalwood. She kissed my forehead. Her hands were warm. She said, "You look tired." I nodded. She slept soundly. I didn't. In the morning, I walked her to the Genkan as usual. She smiled, adjusting her shawl. I studied her face like a painting I'd seen before but never really understood. There was serenity there, a secret kept perfectly, not with guilt, but with devotion. As she left, she turned back once. "Tonight's session might go long," she said. I only bowed. The koi pond reflected the sky. I saw myself in it, but distorted. A man not quite whole. A silhouette shaped by doubt. I didn't tell anyone, not even my brother, who lived in Osaka and called weekly. What would I say? That my wife had found nirvana through our neighbor's body. That her spiritual awakening left me anchored to the physical world, cold and confused. Instead, I returned to the studio. I painted. First, abstract bursts of red and orange. Then, a woman dissolving into mist. Then, two trees growing from the same root but bending in opposite directions. That evening, Mika hosted another session. I didn't watch the feed. I didn't need to. The incense returned, the locked door, the music. But I listened. Not for words, for tone, the soft gasp, the shared breath, the cadence of something beyond exercise. When she emerged, hours later, her hair was wet, not from sweat, but a shower. "Want some tea?" she asked. I shook my head. She sat beside me anyway, watched the koi with me. Neither of us spoke. For a moment, I considered asking her to be honest, to explain, but then she rested her head against my shoulder, not with affection, with comfort, like I was her old sweater, familiar, harmless. That was when I realized, she wasn't hiding from me. She had already left. Her body remained, her rituals, her smile, but Mika, the one I married, had stepped beyond. Beyond yoga, beyond fidelity, beyond me, and I was the last to see it. She taught yoga, but I've never seen a yoga session that required a locked door, or ended in moans during meditation. I started collecting moments. That's what artists do, don't they? We gather fragments until the whole picture forms, even if we never meant to see it clearly. I began quietly, no accusations, no confrontation, just patterns. Mika's sessions with Yuki became more frequent. The schedule on the wall changed subtly. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, always after sunset, always when incense burned thick and the paper shoji doors clicked shut. I began recording them, not video, just timestamps. Notes: when Mika entered, when Yuki left, when the music rose and when silence fell again. I noticed things. Her phone, always tucked face down, a new app I didn't recognize, disguised under a generic name. Messages she answered with half smiles. Never when I looked over her shoulder. One night, when she was showering, I checked. The app required a code. But the name on the lock screen was unmistakable. Yuki. The preview read only. When our breaths matched last night, I felt our crown chakras open together. I set the phone down. My fingers shook, not from jealousy, but from the clarity that had begun to rise like mist over the koi pond. This wasn't an affair of impulse. It was a belief, a philosophy, a commitment cloaked in mysticism. I started researching, late into the night, by the light of my tablet. Terms like chakra union, tantric alignment, energetic mirroring. At first, it sounded like nonsense, but then I found a community, a hidden forum, invitation only, that Mika had likely found first. A corner of the internet where spiritual intimacy and neurotic transformation merged, wrapped in Sanskrit words and half-truths. I dug deeper. They weren't just practicing yoga. They were performing a ritualistic blend of energy exchange and emotional transcendence. One guide, written like scripture, outlined positions, chants, even dietary restrictions before sessions. And in a photo set, blurred but revealing, I spotted the exact incense burner Mika kept. The same design, the same pattern of candles placed around the mat. She had recreated a temple. In our home. A few days later, I asked her casually about her class. She said Yuki was making progress spiritually, and had reached a new level of openness. Openness to what? I asked, sipping my tea. She smiled without blinking. To herself. The lie wasn't in her words. It was in the stillness behind them. The kind that only comes from rehearsing. I reached out to an old friend, Sora, who had trained with Mika years ago. A real yoga instructor, now teaching in Sapporo. Does any of this sound normal? I asked, reading some of the terms Mika used. There was a long pause over the call. No, Sora said, that's not yoga, that's a performance, a kind of erotic theater masquerading as enlightenment. It's not taught, it's chosen. Could someone be manipulated into it? I asked. Or choose it to escape something? She replied, some people use healing as an excuse to abandon who they used to be. That night, I sat at my painting desk. I opened a blank canvas. But instead of brushstrokes, I made a list. Mika started using essential oils 3 months ago. She stopped asking for foot massages 2 months ago. She no longer lit incense for our shared meditation, only for hers. She placed a padlock on her studio door last week. None of these meant anything alone. But together, they were a sentence, a declaration. She wasn't just leaving me physically. She was converting into something that no longer included me. I thought back to her excuses, to the stories she told others about me, that I was withdrawn, quiet, cold, that she craved warmth, spontaneity, spiritual connection. I had thought it was frustration, but now I saw it was the scaffolding of her escape. She was building her exit from the inside out. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I watched our koi, their colors reflected in the water like fireflies. They swam without purpose, yet always in rhythm. Mika wasn't cheating on me, not in the way the world defines it. She was abandoning one life for another, and I was the husk she would shed behind. But not yet, not before I understood the full shape of her new world. Because as much as I wanted to burn it all down, a part of me still needed to know, where I had failed to see. To speak, to touch, to be the man whose breath matched hers. Instead, it was Yuki's, and I was only beginning to understand what that meant. I didn't ask her why. I didn't scream, I didn't throw anything, I didn't storm out into the Kyoto night like a wounded lover from a soap opera. Instead, I watched, observed, because when betrayal is wrapped in incense and cloaked in spiritual jargon, sometimes the only truth that cuts through is silence. It was a spring evening, soft with the scent of plum blossoms, the kind of evening when the koi swims slower, when the bamboo creaks gently, and the world feels painted in watercolors. I came home early from school. The students had finished their exhibition early, and I didn't tell Mika. I simply wanted to see the garden in the changing light. As I stepped into the yard, I heard the music, low, undulating tones from a sitar track. The glow of candles flickered through the rice paper panels of Mika's studio. The same studio that had once been our shared meditation space. Now locked, renamed, and renamed again, her sanctum. The door was ajar, not wide, just enough to see Yuki's silhouette, curved and glistening, back arched, breath synchronized with Mika's. Their bodies were not in warrior pose. This was not yoga, this was communion. I didn't step in, I didn't need to. I placed something quietly by the entrance, a small plastic case containing the memory card. I had written one line across its white label. Art teachers don't need cameras. But husbands do. It was enough. I turned and walked out to the engawa, the wooden walkway that overlooked our koi pond. I sat down with my legs crossed, feeling the grain of the wood under my palms. My cat, Tama, padded over and curled into my lap. She purred, unaware of the rupture. Behind me, I heard the shuffle, the gasp, the hurried whispers, and then, footsteps. Haruki. Mika's voice was cracking, breathless. She stepped outside, still wrapped in a loose linen shawl. Hair wild, eyes red. Let me explain. Was it healing? I asked, still not turning around. Or was it escape? She froze. You don't understand, she said. Then make me. She knelt beside me, but not too close. It's not what you think. She began. I think, I interrupted, that you built a sanctuary in our home, filled it with language I didn't speak, and then barred me from entry. She wiped a tear away. It wasn't about sex. It never was. No, I said. It was about identity, about being seen, about becoming someone else. From behind her, Yuki emerged, composed, dressed, aloof. This is sacred to us, she said coldly. Then why hide it? Neither answered. You could have told me, I said, that I wasn't what you needed anymore. Mika looked away. I didn't want to hurt you. You did anyway, just slower. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Yuki took her hand. You don't understand our connection. Yuki said. Maybe not, I replied, but I understand betrayal, and the quiet cruelty of being erased. They left me there. Eventually, I sat until the stars came out, until the incense burned away and the frogs began their chorus. Tama stretched, flicked her tail, and slipped away into the bushes. I stayed, because silence, too, is a statement, and that night, it said everything I couldn't bear to scream. I never entered that studio again, never asked Mika to explain further, because no answer could undo the truth already burned into the walls. She had turned our marriage into a mirror that reflected only herself. And I was left to pick up the shards, one breath. One night, one tear at a time. I didn't ask for my love back. All I asked for was my voice, a place in the story they told themselves as healing. And when they refused me even that, I wrote it myself. After that spring night, I left Kyoto. No drama, no divorce lawyers storming into courtrooms, no headlines or neighborhood whispers. I simply packed a small duffel, fed the koi one last time, and gave my neighbor the key to feed Tama. I moved into a small monastery tucked in the misty folds of the Arashiyama Mountains. The air there was quiet in a way that didn't demand silence, it offered it. I shared tea with monks who said little, smiled much, and never once asked about my past. I wasn't a husband there, not a betrayed man, just Haruki, a man who had once taught art and now watched leaves fall like brushstrokes from heaven. During the afternoons, I began to write. It started as notes, observations, scattered thoughts about love, identity, ritual, and performance. But the more I wrote, the more it turned into something coherent, a memoir, perhaps, but more than that, a reckoning. I titled it, She Found the Way. In her girlfriend, half memoir, half satire, it was neither cruel nor forgiving. I didn't seek vengeance, I simply told the truth. Described the incense, the candles, the chakra alignment that excluded me, the betrayal not of sex, but of sincerity. When it was finished, I sent it to a small independent publisher run by a former student. He called me 3 days later. "This is brutal," he said, "and brilliant." Within 2 weeks, it had gone viral. Forums lit up. Men and women across spectrums of experience began to share their own stories. LGBTQ communities debated the ethics of hidden desires and spiritual bypassing. Betrayed spouses found a strange solace in my words. Even therapists began recommending the book as a case study. But more than the controversy, what echoed most were the emails. Hundreds, then thousands. Messages from readers who had also been left out of their partner's quests for truth. People who had been used as mirrors or placeholders or safe havens before being discarded for something more authentic. They didn't call me brave. They called me seen. Mika never contacted me, neither did Yuki. I heard from an old mutual friend that they had moved to a commune in northern Japan. Somewhere colder, more remote, perhaps that suited them. They always preferred isolation wrapped in purpose. I didn't need closure from them, because I had created something they never gave me: space. Space to be flawed, to be honest, to be wounded and whole all at once. Months later, I was invited to speak at a literary forum in Tokyo. I wore a simple navy kimono. No watch, no tie, just me. During the Q&A, someone asked, "Do you still believe in love?" I paused, then smiled. "I believe in stories," I said, "because stories reveal what we fear, what we crave, and what we deny. Love is one kind of story, but so is silence, so is betrayal." I signed books after that. A long line. One woman clutched her copy like a lifeline. A man in his 70s told me his wife had left him for her therapist. "But your chapter on the koi pond," he said, eyes wet, "made me remember I can still feed myself peace." At the end of the event, just before the lights dimmed, I stood on stage one last time. "I have nothing against yoga," I said, voice steady, "but if enlightenment requires a locked door, then maybe it's not light you're finding in there." Laughter, then silence, the good kind. I walked out into the Tokyo night, a copy of my book in hand. The city buzzed around me, vibrant and indifferent, and I, for the first time in a long time, felt neither betrayed nor abandoned. I felt heard, because in the end, I didn't need him to say sorry. I just needed to speak first. I always thought I was the kind of woman who paid attention to details. I could spot a missing pencil from my classroom in less than a minute, recognize a child's lie before the sentence ended, and rearrange a bookshelf with intuitive precision. But I didn't see it coming. Not the silence, not the betrayal, not the slow leak of trust from the very foundation of my life. My name is Lucia. I'm 35, a primary school teacher in Trastevere, Rome. People describe me as warm, principled, quietly strong. I married Marco when I was 25, a man who could charm even the most reluctant soul with just his voice. A civil engineer by profession, Marco had the kind of sun-worn skin that made him look like he was carved out of the Italian countryside itself. He wasn't a talker, not always, but when he spoke, people listened. We lived in a tall, narrow house nestled among vines of climbing grapes. Our third-floor bedroom opened to a sun-drenched terrace. The railings lined with white linens drying in the breeze. Mornings smelled like fresh mocha pot coffee and roasted tomatoes. Evenings glowed with the warmth of candlelight and gentle jazz humming from an old speaker. It was the kind of home people wrote about, the kind that tourists photographed from the street below. And yet, something had begun to shift. Small, subtle things. The kind of changes you almost don't want to admit noticing. Marco had started helping the neighbor, a recently widowed woman named Bianca, who moved in across the street. She was beautiful in a way that felt rehearsed, always in soft, flowing dresses, her hair curled into loose golden waves, her perfume lingering even after she walked past. Marco mentioned her one evening as he scrubbed tomato sauce from a dish. "Poor woman," he said. "Her kitchen faucet leaks constantly. Can you imagine? No one to help her." I nodded, smiling out of politeness, but a quiet note of doubt was struck. His visits became frequent, twice a week, then almost daily. Sometimes he'd return home with oil stains on his shirt. Other times, Freshly showered, hair damp, a scent I didn't recognize trailing behind him, something floral and expensive. Not mine. I told myself I was imagining things. Rome in the summer plays tricks on the mind. But then there were the absences. He started leaving the house at odd hours under the guise of errands or inspections. I noticed he had developed the habit of checking his phone with his back turned. Once, I caught a glimpse of a message preview while he poured coffee. Grazie per la dolce pausa. Thanks for the sweet break. He didn't see me looking. I didn't ask. My heart pounded, but I swallowed it down like hot tea, burning, but silent. I began to watch more closely. The way he avoided eye contact when he came home late. The sudden interest in his appearance. The fresh shave before, helping Bianca with her sink. He was gentle with me. Still, polite. But politeness, I realized, is a thin sheet over distance. And distance was growing. I started spending more time on the terrace. From there, I could sometimes see Bianca's windows glowing in the early evenings. Shadows dancing behind the curtains. I convinced myself it could be anything. A TV, a lamp, her moving around. Still, I couldn't shake the sense of invasion. My home was still beautiful. The meals were still shared. But it felt like someone had replaced the glass in our windows with something just slightly warped. Everything looked the same but was off. I tried to make things better. To bridge the growing gap, I invited Marco to dinners at our favorite spots. Suggested a weekend by the coast. He always had excuses. Too much work. Tired. A meeting early Monday. One night, I lit candles and made his favorite, ossobuco with saffron risotto. He said it smelled wonderful. Kissed my forehead. Then spent the entire meal scrolling on his phone between bites. I wanted to scream. Instead, I smiled and passed him the salt. I wasn't the type to confront without evidence. But I could feel it in my bones. Something fundamental had cracked. And yet, I didn't know what terrified me more. The idea that he was unfaithful. Or that I might be wrong and my paranoia would push him away. The next morning, I walked into school with a smile for the children. But my chest felt hollow. My colleagues noticed. You look tired, they said. I nodded. Bad dreams. The truth was, the dream had already started to decay. I just hadn't opened my eyes wide enough. There's a particular kind of silence that lives in Roman homes. It isn't loud. It doesn't come with shouting or slamming doors. It arrives like humidity, invisible, constant, clinging to the walls. That silence had moved into mine. I began to wonder how long it had been living there. I had mistaken it for peace. Now I realized it was fear wrapped in routine. The house remained the same bricks, the same olive tree out front, the same soft clinks of cutlery against porcelain. But I was no longer certain if this was a life I built, or a story someone else had written for me to act out. And in that quiet unraveling, I saw it clearly for the first time. I thought Marco was just fixing the pipes. But perhaps I was the one leaking. And no one had noticed. Not even me. Until now. The sun that day was relentless. Baking the stone streets of Trastevere until they shimmered. Lucia stepped off the bus a few blocks earlier than usual. A quiet decision made without real intention. Something in her chest had been pressing for days. An invisible weight she couldn't name. She needed air, space, silence that wasn't haunted by Marco's footsteps or Bianca's perfume lingering in the stairwell. The neighborhood was quiet, too. Summer afternoons in Rome had a peculiar hush, broken only by cicadas and the occasional drone of a scooter. She climbed the steps of their three-story house slowly, her sandals brushing the warm tiles. She didn't announce her return, didn't call Marco's name. It wasn't caution. It was instinct. Inside, the house held a stillness that wasn't normal. There was no jazz humming from the speaker, no hum of the fan in the kitchen. The air was thick, not just with heat, but with absence. She placed her purse on the hallway table and made her way upstairs. As she entered the bedroom, a beam of sunlight slanted through the gauzy curtains and stretched across the neatly made bed. Everything was in place, the pillows fluffed, the cover smooth, except for one thing. Something small and out of place glinted in the light. Nestled against the right pillow, half buried in a soft crease, was a golden earring, a single stud with a pale blue stone. Lucia stopped breathing. She didn't touch it at first. Her mind raced, tumbling through possibilities that evaporated before they formed. It wasn't hers, that she knew with iron certainty. Her jewelry was always simple, always silver. She didn't own anything this delicate, this flirtatious. The sight of it, so clearly feminine, so unmistakably intimate, pierced her composure. Her throat tightened, her heartbeat rang in her ears. Still, she said nothing, no gasp, no curse, no scream. She walked slowly to the bed, picked up the earring with trembling fingers, and studied it under the light. It was warm, as if it had only recently been left there. Her mind tried to protect her. Maybe it had fallen out of someone's bag. Maybe Bianca had visited and dropped it by accident. Maybe Marco had found it on the street. But the pillow, the position, the way it seemed to nestle where a head had once lain. No, this wasn't an accident. She placed the earring in the small cedar box on her dresser, the one that held old movie tickets. A dried rose from their anniversary. A Polaroid of them kissing in Naples. It didn't belong there, but for now, it was safer locked away. Lucia moved through the rest of the day in slow motion. She chopped vegetables she didn't eat, boiled pasta she didn't serve. The scent of basil filled the kitchen while her mind remained blank. When Marco came home, she was seated on the balcony, nursing a glass of wine. He kissed her cheek and smelled like soap. Always soap. Lately, he was always fresh when he came back. Overcompensating. "You're quiet tonight," he said, slipping into the chair beside her. Lucia turned to him and smiled, a smile that didn't quite touch her eyes. "Rough day at school. The kids are rowdy." He nodded, already scrolling through his phone. She looked at him, at the slight stubble he hadn't bothered to shave that morning, the tan lines on his neck, the way he chewed his lip while reading a message. And then, without a trace of bitterness, she asked, "So, did the pipe survive today's repair session? Or did they burst under pressure?" Marco looked up, startled. A flash of something, panic, guilt, flared in his eyes before he laughed. "You're teasing me now." She raised her glass. "Just curious. You spend so much time helping Bianca. I hope she's at least making you coffee." He chuckled again, more forced this time. "She tries, but nothing like yours." Lucia smiled and sipped her wine. That night, as Marco slept beside her, Lucia stared at the ceiling. She could feel the earring pulsing from its box across the room. A tiny heartbeat that echoed louder than his breath. Her thoughts churned quietly. Why her bed? Why her pillow? Was it thoughtlessness, or a message? Either way, it had spoken. And now, so would she. Just not yet. Not without knowing exactly what story she was in. Not without turning every page first. She rolled over, away from him, and whispered into the dark. "I saw it, I know," but she said it only to herself. Because the hardest part of discovering betrayal isn't the discovery. It's the waiting game that follows. And Lucia had just made her first move. "He thought I wouldn't notice. That I was too soft. Too trusting." But in Italy, no drop of water escapes the notice of a woman who guards her home with her heart. And if he believed he could slither past my instincts like a thief in the night, then he never knew me at all. Lucia woke the morning after the earring discovery with a strange clarity. She looked at Marco's sleeping figure, the familiar rise and fall of his chest, the soft breath that once brought her comfort. But now, it only reminded her of silence, his silence, and hers. She didn't confront him, not yet. She needed more than an earring. She needed the full canvas. The first step was quiet. She bought a GPS tracker, the kind used to keep tabs on teens or pets. Harmless. Really. She installed it beneath the passenger seat of Marco's Alfa Romeo while he showered. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from the surreal weight of what she was doing. A teacher, a wife, a detective. Now, she smiled grimly. Italian women had always known how to survive with grace and precision. Each day, she checked the data. The car would leave for his office in the morning. Then, at least 3 times a week, it would detour to a residential street not far from theirs. Not Bianca's, somewhere else entirely, a new name to add to the web. That night, Lucia created a fake social media account using a stock photo and a name that sounded like a bored housewife. She began following Bianca and other nearby women. She combed through their tagged posts, likes, and stories. Bianca rarely posted, but one photo caught Lucia's eye, a cropped image of 2 wine glasses and candlelight. Posted at 2:47 p.m. on a Tuesday. Lucia had the receipt. She'd found it earlier that day tucked into Marco's jeans, red wine, rosemary focaccia, and a jasmine-scented candle. Purchased at a deli he never visited with her. Not once had those things entered their kitchen. She stared at the image for a long time. The next Saturday, Lucia feigned a trip to visit her sister in Florence. She kissed Marco goodbye with a smile and packed an overnight bag. But instead of boarding a train, she circled back, hiding her car 2 blocks away. She waited, her heart beat with the rhythm of betrayal, each tick of the clock carving into her resolve. At 2:13 p.m., Marco left the house. By 2:21, his car appeared on the GPS near Bianca's street. Lucia waited 10 minutes, then walked back into her home. It was still warm from their breakfast. She found nothing obvious this time. No earring, no lipstick stain, but she did notice the way the bed smelled faintly of vanilla and tobacco, a combination she never wore. The room felt aired out, yet lived in. She opened a drawer. One of her scarves was gone. She wasn't sure if she was imagining it. That was the worst part, the gaslight of her own uncertainty. And yet, she didn't break. She documented. She wrote things down in a notebook labeled recipes to keep it hidden. Coordinates, timestamps, product receipts, social media screenshots. A small, quiet archive of betrayal. Then came the twist. Lucia had always suspected a young woman named Elena, Marco's co-worker. They'd exchanged messages late at night. Ones Marco claimed were about a design project. Lucia had searched for her online once and found an Instagram account filled with beach photos, travel quotes, and cappuccino foam hearts. It all felt too curated, too performative. But when she dug deeper using her burner account, she discovered something odd. The photo tags from Elena's page showed multiple geotags far from Rome during the times Marco claimed to be meeting her. That's when Lucia noticed a pattern. Elena wasn't real. Or rather, the photos were stolen, from an influences page in Milan. The entire account was fabricated. By whom? Lucia checked Marco's email. The password had remained the same for years. One of his few consistencies. There, she found an email thread from 6 months ago. The sender, elenardesign22@tutanota.com. But when she traced the account origin, it didn't route to Milan. It routed to a server near Trastevere. Lucia froze. Marco had created a fictional affair to distract from the real one. The realization was a gut punch. All this time, she had chased the wrong ghost, while Bianca had slipped through the cracks under the guise of grief and neighborly sympathy. The manipulation was deliberate, calculated. Now she had her answer. Not just the who, but the how, the why. That night, she cooked again, nothing special. Pasta aglio e olio, simple, Italian comfort food. Marco came home late. Traffic, he said, shrugging. Lucia nodded. I saved you some. You must be tired. He smiled, sat down, and ate. Lucia watched him chew. Every movement of his jaw felt like a betrayal now. The clink of his fork against the plate was a confession. She poured herself wine but didn't drink it. When Marco left to shower, she opened the notebook again and made one last entry. He's been careful, but not enough. And tomorrow, I stopped pretending. The air felt different now. Not heavier, clearer. For the first time in weeks, Lucia felt something like peace. Because she had seen the blueprint of his lies. And she was about to redraw everything. Lucia prepared dinner as if it were any other Thursday evening. The kitchen was bathed in the fading amber light of Rome's golden hour. Tomatoes simmered in olive oil. Basil leaves crushed between her fingers. the scent both soothing and bitter. On the surface, nothing had changed. The house stood firm, the balcony swayed gently with white linens, and the air carried the lull of cicadas. But inside her, something had shifted. She dressed simply, in a white linen dress that brushed her knees. Her hair was tied back. No perfume, no jewelry, except one thing. From the cedar box on her dresser, she retrieved the pale blue earring, a small, delicate stud that had once betrayed an entire world. She set the table for two. Candlelight. As usual, Marco loved ambience. She poured the wine and placed the earring in the center of the table. No words, no theatrics, just presence. Marco arrived on time, as always, whistling softly as he entered. He kissed her cheek. She felt nothing. "Smells incredible," he said, removing his jacket and pouring himself a glass of wine. Lucia smiled. "I thought we could enjoy a nice evening." "Perfect." They sat, they ate, talked about traffic, about a new gelato place near the school. Lucia even laughed once. It was easy to pretend when you'd spent weeks rehearsing the scene. Then, just as Marco reached for the bottle to refill his glass, she slid the earring across the table. It stopped near his hand. Marco stared at it, confusion first, then recognition, then a ripple of fear. Lucia sipped her wine, watching him. She didn't speak. "What is this?" he asked. "You tell me," she replied softly. He picked it up, turning it over between his fingers. "Where did you find it?" "Where I sleep." He looked up sharply, panic now flickered behind his eyes, fighting to remain hidden beneath a veil of casual denial. "Lucia, this isn't what you think. Maybe it fell from someone's bag." "Into our bed?" she interrupted. He set the earring down. The silence returned. Then he shifted, defensive. "You've been distant lately, cold. I felt like a stranger in my own home." Lucia raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. "You stopped asking about my day. You've been detached. What was I supposed to do? Not this. You act like you know everything." Lucia folded her hands on the table. "I know enough." He leaned back, exasperated. It wasn't supposed to happen. "Bianca, she's been through a lot. She needed someone, and you needed an excuse." Footsteps echoed from the hallway. Lucia turned slightly as Bianca entered, dressed in a flowing black blouse and heels that clicked against the tiles. Marco froze. "What is she doing here?" Lucia stood. Her voice remained even. "I invited her." Bianca didn't flinch. She looked at Lucia with the calm of someone who had rehearsed her part. "I didn't steal him," she said, eyes unwavering. "I just filled the space you left empty." Lucia stared at her. "Then congratulations. Now the space is yours." She walked past Marco, past Bianca, down the hallway with grace. She retrieved her coat, placed it over her shoulders, and stepped outside. The door didn't slam. It clicked shut like the final line in a poem. She walked down the narrow streets of Trastevere as dusk settled. The cobblestones glistened faintly from an afternoon sprinkle, and the air smelled of jasmine and diesel. Lucia did not cry. Her steps were measured, deliberate. In her silence, there was thunder. In her stillness, a revolution. Behind her, a man and a woman sat at a table with candlelight and an earring between them. But the true story had just left the house, cloaked not in rage but in self-respect. Lucia turned a corner and kept walking. She was done with pretending. And the silence she left behind would echo longer than any scream ever could. She didn't look back, not once, not at the house she had folded herself into for 10 years. Not at the balcony where she had once hung white sheets beside Marco, laughing in the Roman sun. Not at the door that had closed behind her with the finality of a tombstone. Lucia carried only a single suitcase and her dignity, and that was heavier than anything she had packed. She moved into a modest flat in Trastevere. 2 rooms, high ceilings, an aging terrace with rusted rails and a stubborn lemon tree that refused to fruit. But it was hers. Every morning, she opened the windows to the chaotic choir of vespers and church bells. She brewed coffee in her mocha pot and watered the herbs on the windowsill. There was no silence to negotiate. No eyes to interpret, just the simplicity of being. She didn't speak of Marco at first. Not to friends, not to family. Her sister came by with casseroles and worried glances. Her mother sent rosaries. Lucia nodded, thanked them, but her heart was elsewhere, somewhere between grief and rebirth. One night, unable to sleep, she opened her laptop and stared at a blank screen. Her fingers hovered, then typed, "He was fixing the pipes. Or so I thought, until I found an earring on our bed, glinting like truth in the sunlight." She didn't stop writing until dawn. The piece wasn't venomous, it wasn't even angry, it was precise, calm, a story told from the inside out. Not a scream, but a slow exhale. She titled it, "The Earring and the Bed." She uploaded the video to a new YouTube channel, Lucia Speaks. In the first week, it hit 10 million views. Thousands of comments flooded in. "This happened to me. Thank you for saying what I couldn't. You put into words what betrayal feels like." She read each one. Some made her cry, others made her laugh. A woman from Brazil sent a photo of her own bed, with a ring she hadn't recognized until now. A nurse from Canada admitted she had been gaslit for years and finally felt seen. Lucia responded to as many as she could. She kept going. Weekly uploads, sometimes just stories, other times interviews with women and men who had survived betrayal in all its forms: emotional, physical, spiritual. She never preached. She didn't claim wisdom, only presence, only witness. Within 3 months, Lucia Speaks had over 1 million subscribers. She turned down talk show offers, declined sponsorships from makeup brands and divorce lawyers. She wasn't building a brand. She was building a sanctuary. People began calling her La Voce del Dun Silenziose, the voice of silent women. But she didn't want to be a symbol. She wanted to be whole. Some nights, she still woke with phantom sensations, the rustle of sheets beside her, Marco's whisper asking if she wanted tea. But she learned not to resist those ghosts. She made space for them, gave them tea anyway. Her plants thrived. She bought a hammock for the balcony, began painting again, small, messy canvases of rooftops and rain. Then came the letter. No return address, just her name, scrawled in Marco's handwriting. Inside, a single line: "Some pipes leak quietly until they flood everything." Lucia smiled, not bitterly, not triumphantly, just with knowing. She placed the letter in a drawer, beside the earring, then walked out to the terrace. Rome was bathed in the lavender hush of evening. She set up her camera, looked into the lens, and said, "Some pipes rust from the inside. Others break from neglect. But some just weren't meant to carry water that heavy." A pause, a breath, and love, when not nurtured, corrodes just the same. Behind her, the city exhaled. She pressed record. Lucia wasn't trying to win. She was trying to tell the truth. And for the first time, that was enough.